Good morning. Welcome to our first hybrid monitoring council meeting in over 2 years. Exciting. I'm Karen Mogus. I'm Deputy Director, Division of Water Quality here at the State Water Board and co-chair of the California Water Quality Monitoring Council, and pleased to be joined here in person by several council members. We'll go around the room here in a second, as well as we have a remote meeting location that is in LA, that we have at least one member at the remote location. And then I believe participants in the meeting are also on Zoom. So welcome. I'm used to doing this on Zoom, so I just feel a little discombobulated this morning. So do we want to do roll call? We want to go around, Nick, to start?
One quick thing first. So just really quick, before we dive into the agenda, just want to take a moment to acknowledge tribal lands in California. The California Environmental Protection Agency and Natural Resources Agencies are located in Sacramento. Sacramento was and still is a gathering place for many local tribes who have lived throughout the Central Valley and the foothills for generations, and were the original stewards of this land. These people include the Nisenan, Maidu, and Miwok peoples, and the Patwin Wintu nations, who have remained committed to the stewardship of this land over many centuries. It is important for us to recognize that our organization sits on the tribal lands of Indigenous people, and that we are here because of the sacrifice forced upon them. In acknowledging and remembering these communities in all of the work we do, we hope to honor their legacy, their lives, and their descendants. And with that, just wanted to let everybody know that the meeting is being recorded. To mute your mics unless you are speaking. In the room, obviously, we have microphones, and when you are speaking, make sure you turn on the green button so people online can hear you. And be respectful. And then if you're online and are wishing to speak, please raise your hand. And if for some reason I can't see it, this is the first time we're doing this hybrid approach, maybe just kind of speak up and say, excuse me, or something like that. And with that, we can go ahead and take roll call for the members in the room. I did want to say, I noticed that Mr. Heimstra is online. You're gonna have to sign off because we didn't notice your presence via Zoom, so you can't participate in the meeting. I'm sorry, Ray. If I knew that you were wanting to, we would have noticed your location publicly due to Bagley Keene. So
no problem. I'll see you all soon.
Okay, we'll share the recording with you. Thanks.
Bye.
Fix the audio, but with that, we can go and do roll call. Thanks, Karen. Can we just go around the room while I fix the audio?
Good morning, Krista Kamer. I'm from the California State University Council on Ocean Affairs, Science and Technology, Coast.
Hi, I'm Andrew Altsvok, Assistant Deputy Director with the Division of Drinking Water.
I'm Mark Cady. Wow, that's loud. From the California Department of Food and Agriculture, representing agriculture.
I already introduced myself, so please.
I'm Peter Vroom, Deputy Public Utilities Director for the City of San Diego, and I represent the water supply sector.
Good morning, Mark Starr with the California Department of Public Health, and I'm the Deputy Director for Environmental Health there.
Hi, Steve Weisberg. I'm Executive Director at the Southern California Coastal Water Research Project Authority, and I represent the science community on council.
Good morning, everyone. Grant Sharp with Orange County Public Works, representing the regulated stormwater sector community.
And Brian Lawrenson from Larry Walker Associates. I'm the alternate for stormwater.
Great, thank you.
Thanks. And then let's go with the two members that were noticed and participating remotely. Let's start with Mark.
Mark Gold, Deputy Secretary, Coast and Ocean Policy at Natural Resources Agency, as well as Executive Director of Ocean Protection Council, and very lonely here at the LA Regional Board. I think I'm one of two people in the entire office.
And then Helen.
Hey there, Helen Fatanides, Water Quality Program Manager for CR Streams Institute, and I represent community monitoring groups on the council.
Thanks, Helen. And then for any other non-members and people of the public, just go ahead and add your name and maybe affiliation into the Zoom part, like into the chat or the Zoom participant list. Like change your name to, add for your affiliation, and I can capture that afterwards.
Hey, Nick, I'm just wondering, because of what happened with Heimstra, if someone's a member, but they weren't noticed, they can still observe. So I mean, I sort of feel like we kind of lost him instantaneously without letting him know that he could still view, he just could not participate. So I don't know if someone
OCC, our office of chief counsel has kind of indicated that they shouldn't even be viewing. So it's been a little bit of back and forth.
That's ridiculous and very contrary to how it's been working at the Coastal Commission and other places, just so you know.
Okay, well, I will recircle back with them and try to get some different direction.
Okay.
With that, we can kind of review the agenda. There was one last minute change yesterday. There was some, there's some surge in the COVID in California. So we had some changes to the agenda that I sent out yesterday, mostly after lunch, where we will be kind of pivoting and having an item by the Wetland Workgroup on an update after lunch, and then a smaller item on swamp. And there'll be a summary that will be written up by the swamp staff and the Office of Information Management Analysis that I'll circulate later, but unfortunately they couldn't participate today. And other than that, there's no adjustments to the posted agenda. And the action items, I didn't get any feedback on. They were really short this time. So those are considered final unless there are any comments or suggestions from that. Hearing none, we'll go ahead and move on to the public forum. This is the opportunity for members of the public to speak. If you are either in the room or online and have a topic that's not on the agenda you'd like to bring up to the council, please either raise your hand in person or on the Zoom platform. Hi, Laura. And we had the one other council member join us in the room. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Lorianne Funnel. I represent the POTW community. I'm the executive director of the Bay Area Clean Water Agencies.
Okay, hearing nothing on the public forum, let's go ahead and move on to member updates. Karen, do you want to start? And then if you have any, I'm gonna try to figure out the audio.
That sounds good. I don't have an update at the moment. I might think of one as others. We have most of my update is on the agenda on AB 1066, so I'll wait for that item. Any other members have an update that they'd like to go ahead, Andrew?
So I have two updates. One, just to let everybody know that recently we put out the next iteration of our needs analysis for drinking water. So this is the second time we've done it. It updates a number of the risk factors that lead to at-risk drinking water systems. There's some other kind of changes in methodology. One of the things that we've done this year is to also include demographic information. So it's kind of like an overlay of the both for our failing systems as well as for our at-risk water systems and at-risk state smalls and domestic wells. And I know that that's something the council has talked about how we use some of that data. So this is just maybe an example that folks can look at and see what we've done. And then along with that, we did an analysis of costs related to drought preparedness for our small water systems. And we also updated some of the affordability metrics in there. And then along with that, we created an interactive dashboard so that folks can actually go and explore and understand for the systems that are failing or at risk, why they're at risk, look and kind of dive more deeply into that. And so I encourage everybody to check that out. It's a pretty neat tool. And then the other announcement I have is I wanted to introduce, we have a new alternate for drinking water, which is Christine Sotelo. Christine heads our environmental laboratory accreditation program, and I just wanted to give her a minute to just introduce herself and say hello to everybody.
So good morning, everybody. I just want to say I'm glad to be here and be invited to be part of this group and to support Andrew in the Division of Drinking Water. So thanks, everyone.
And that was all I had this morning. Thanks, Karen.
Any other announcements? Go ahead, Grant. Peter? Let's fight over it.
All right, thanks, Grant. I just wanted to let the council know that the JEDI Justice, Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion Working Group, there's been a lot of activity recently. We have elected 2 co-chairs, Vicky Calkertz and Brian Santos, both who happen to be with the City of San Diego. It's probably partly because of my involvement. I'm hoping to get a little bit more statewide involvement in the near future, but they're both very motivated and very excited. And I'm going to be working with them over the upcoming few months to hopefully develop some initiatives for the working group. And I'm sure that we will keep you all posted in the future with some presentations and stuff of what's going on.
Thanks, Peter. Grant.
Thank you, Karen. Just a couple announcements, plugs I want to put in for the California Stormwater Quality Association. Their next quarterly meeting is going to take place on July 14th. And the theme of that meeting is going to be a call to action, stormwater as a resource. And I believe Amanda McGee with the State Water Board Storms Unit is on the agenda to talk about the storms effort to estimate the potential volume for stormwater capture within the state. So one of many agenda items that will be looking at the potential for using stormwater as a resource. And then on September 14th through the 16th, I believe CASQA is in talks with state board staff and others to plan a bacteria summit. And I believe the plan is to hold it in person here. I'm not positive on that. If anyone has any updated information on that, feel free to jump in. But it sounds like it's slated to be a 3-day event in person, if at all possible. And as soon as there's more details on that, I'll be sure and share that through Nick. I don't have anything. I don't believe there's anything posted on it quite yet. I don't know, Brian, do you have any updates on that or any other?
Yeah, nothing different than that.
I'll send a note to my staff and see if I can get more details while we're doing some updates here.
Well, I know they're working on the agenda and working through that, and they have a facilitator, that sort of thing. So they're still in the planning stages.
What's the purpose or motivation?
The idea is that we gather the state of the science on bacteria and use that to prioritize our work as one outcome in terms of the standards and plans and policies that are related to bacteria implementation. It was
how can I help you?
the brainchild was to, we know that there's studies going on here and there. We haven't sort of compiled it into one place. And so the summit is intended to be mostly technical talks with an eye toward having some sort of a summary of the state of the science that will help us prioritize our work.
So since I'm the liaison to the Beach Water Quality Committee, have we involved the Beach Water Quality Committee in the planning of that, or things that we should be doing to grab them as part of it?
That's a good question. I will add that to my list of things to query my staff. Rebecca Fitzgerald has been working with Karen Cowan on the agenda and the planning. I know they have US EPA, I can't recall the gentleman's name, involved as well. In sort of, I think the focus has largely been on the technical presentations and who's been leading the research efforts. That's a great comment.
Yeah, it seems like
I'll
a
make
great
sure.
opportunity for that committee, and they're aware of a lot of things that are going on.
Yeah, Kat Walsh and Amanda, the new ocean standards environmental scientist, taking over for Karen Black, and just held a meeting with the Coastal Work Group, and they did mention it, but because they didn't have many details, they just haven't followed up with it. I also know that Charles Brook in the Office of Information Management Analysis, and also the harmful algal blooms team is participating in there on some level too, because as other elements of bacteria. But we'll definitely expand it out to the coastal work groups and the Safe to Swim network at large. Thanks, Steve. Mark, I see your hands up.
Wow, it worked. Thanks. So a bunch of things. We've got our OPC quarterly meeting on June 14th. And there's a lot going on there. It's very sea level rise focused, so less on the water quality side. There is a kelp monitoring project that we will be funding to try to get available for the public, especially fish and wildlife, et cetera. Much more high resolution kelp mapping for canopy cover on hopefully a twice a year basis that would be updated with satellite data, hopefully down to 3 meters. Is the hope there. A lot of sea level rise work as well that will be up for a vote on vulnerability assessment for coastal habitats. So pick a coastal habitat and that would be part of the vulnerability assessment, as well as putting together our technical guidance for sea level rise, which has been a pretty important document for a lot of different folks, which even on the water side, think about water infrastructure and vulnerability there. And so that tech guidance is pretty important. We also released our draft equity plan. So it's out there for, awaiting, any public comment that people have on that. Very comprehensive, worked with the EJ community very, very closely in putting that together. Other things to look for, don't have a final date on this, but on the plastics side, microplastics and plastics, we'll probably have a pretty significant RFP. My guess is maybe August, September is when we'll probably release on that. So there'll be monitoring and research opportunities there on plastics and microplastics. And then an RFP that just went out a couple of weeks ago, up to $9.5 million going to coastal resilience sorts of projects. One area that I think would be of tremendous interest to this group is that we definitely want to fund a project or two on the impacts of sea level rise in at toxic sites in and adjacent to communities entitled to environmental justice. And so we really want to make sure that that's a pretty significant funding component to that. But there's also funds potentially for coastal habitat mapping, so not just contaminated sites, and socioeconomic impacts of sea level rise. So it's a pretty big funding amount, $9.5 million bucks. So people might be interested in that as well. So that's the update.
Thanks, Mark. Any questions for Mark? And who was next? Was it? Go ahead, Lauren.
Okay, I just wanted to report out. Oh, thank you. I wanted to report out that the POTW community led by Cass has been coordinating with OPC and SQUIRP on piloting microplastics work, looking at microplastics at different points in the treatment train and removal throughout treatment plants. And so the results of that pilot study will be available soon. And in the Bay Area, the Bay Area One Water Network, which is led by Stanford and UC Berkeley, is going to be holding a workshop on conservation and looking at it through an equity lens. That's going to be on June 27th. So it's not, unfortunately, an open meeting. It's a fairly small workshop, but it's going to result in a report out that is going to be made public later on this year. And so the POTW community is interested in it because, of course, low flows impact collection systems, treatment processes, and recycled water, but we're also very concerned about the impacts on overburdened communities that are going to be the ones where the sewer overflows happen. And this isn't to say that we're in support of conservation. We just want to go in with eyes open about the downstream impacts and be able to mitigate those as they occur.
Thank you. Mark?
Yeah, just wanted to mention that we're extremely busy still in public health with COVID, as you probably could imagine, but we do other things occasionally. But there is one COVID-related item that's relevant to this group that just want to give an update on the wastewater-based epidemiology work that's going on. And Steve has been the chair of the committee, and I think Josh has taken that over now, Josh Steele. So thank you for that. And this has been a project that started, I think, with the Water Board and with Mark Gold and some ideas to try and kick this off, as well as at the Centers for Disease Control nationally. And so I've been involved since the beginning, really. It's pretty much run by our infectious disease folks now in our department. And the most recent development really is we have a laboratory that is in my center that is ramping up for the testing, is actually the state lab for testing the wastewater specimens now. And that laboratory did a lot of work, and there were a lot of comparisons with other laboratories' works. As you know, this has been a lot of academic laboratories, Stanford and Berkeley and many others have been involved with this. And so the committee helped a lot with that comparison to be able to stand up our state lab, because there really were no pre-existing standards. I know the Water Board has worked to try and help fund work to establish standards, but looking at what the academic labs did, what some of the commercial labs are doing, things like that, to do the interlaboratory validations. And so our last meeting was really focused on that in the wastewater-based epidemiology committee, and has really been a great process. And so our lab is up and running. We're doing 20 sites 3 times a week, 3 specimens a week right now. And our department has a proposal in the May revision of the budget to ramp that up significantly. It's called the Smarter Plan for COVID. If you just Google Smarter Plan, but there's very little detail about wastewater in there. It mentions it several times, but doesn't really give any details. But our proposal is around $6.5 million, I think, to ramp that up, hopefully to over 70 sites over time, and better coverage of the state, even sub-sewer sheds, and covering rural areas better than we are right now. So that's pretty exciting development so far. So good with the legislative budget committees. So we're expecting that will end up in the final budget. Otherwise, the committee's carrying on with what we've been doing, and we're looking to the future and using wastewater for potentially other public health purposes beyond COVID, other pathogens. Stanford is already doing RSV, respiratory syncytial virus, and flu testing, but we could also look at resistance genes for antimicrobial resistance. Potentially, we could look at things like opiates in wastewater. There's a number of potential public health uses that we're hoping to look at in the future.
Thanks, Mark.
A question for Mark?
Yeah.
So that's a pretty big expansion that you're planning from 20 to 70 sites. And I know that Anecdotally, there's a lot of enthusiasm amongst the POTW community to participate amongst agencies that haven't had the opportunity to do so. So when you do the expansion, I assume you're going to have criteria that you want more rural sites, you want more representation, but do you have a process in mind for how you're going to do that recruitment?
So I think the answer to your assumptions is correct. I don't know about the process and how that will be established. So how it'll actually be implemented, I don't know yet.
Okay,
And
well,
our infectious disease folks are doing this. I just know how much our lab will be doing, but I don't know exactly how they're planning to roll it out and implement it at this point. And right now we're just hoping to get the budget aspect approved. But I think there'll be, the goal has always been to engage both the POTWs, the local health departments, local environmental health, and make sure that people are part of the process and that local public health is connected, because that's where ultimately the utility of this is to detect what's going on in a community at a community level that may not otherwise be detected or not as early as otherwise would have been detected. So.
Great, thanks. Your alternate.
did I do that at the last meeting?
Okay, I was curious, I didn't remember.
Steve has a update
Sorry,
as well.
Steve, go ahead.
I had two things. First of all, I wanted to reiterate what Mark was saying. I think this has been a great example of where the committee, for the council committee, has been very helpful, kind of bringing parties together and essentially bridging the gap between essentially the utility interests, because there's CASA representation on the committee, the essentially scientist academic interests and the public health interests. And so it's wonderful to see that. One of the things I'm going to suggest, though, and Mark and I talked about this, is that I've been the liaison to that committee, but since he's now a council member, I think it's more appropriate for him to be. So I don't know if we record that, who's the official representative, but Mark and I have agreed that it should be him. Now going to another committee that I'm on, we'll hear more today from the Molecular Methods Workgroup, but one small announcement. There had been a big workshop that was planned for February that got postponed when Omicron came out. That's now been rescheduled for the 12th and 13th of September. So that's where the federal agencies are all working to try and develop an EA plan for the nation. And they've decided they want to do it in California, in part because of the fact that we are so advanced with our council committee. So the 13th, I'm sorry, the 12th is a training day, which our council committee is really leading. And that's going to be where you come in, you get exposure in the laboratory, how to do it. Not just the laboratory, there'll also be classrooms of how you analyze the data. And then the 13th will be all day speakers on applications of eDNA. Registration for that will be open in the next week or so.
Fantastic, thanks, Steve. And I saw that Susie also, for those of you on Zoom, put a link to the workshop in the chat.
I'll just follow up on the bacteria summit. I heard from my staff. They are planning an in-person summit with broadcasting available for anyone who wants to listen in remotely. And they will be engaging with the bacteria or the beach monitoring work group. So, and others. So they're on it.
Focus for that is bacteria in stormwater. Is that kind of the
Largely bacteria for recreational purposes.
recreational? Okay.
So any designated uses of recreation.
Okay, so it's beyond, it's not focused on stormwater.
No, not
Okay,
necessarily.
okay, sorry.
Yeah.
Are those dates locked in at this time?
Yes. Yeah. I can share the save the date. Yeah, I was just going to say it is overlapping with.
It's definitely overlapping with the thing I just mentioned.
Yeah, September 14th through the 16th. All right, should we?
Great, with that, then I'll just round it out with my updates. They'll be quick and then we'll be right back on schedule. For my direct updates, they're a little bit shorter. I wanted to bring attention to the 7th annual Water Data Symposium that the council partners with, the water boards and other partners. This symposium is a little bit different than what's been done in the past. We are still going to do it virtually, but we're also leveraging the symposium as a kickoff event for the California Water Data Challenge, which has been a few years going, but it's focused more on engaging with data scientists, mostly in the emerging academic kind of sector, and linking them up with water quality or water data users and water data agency members that have questions that they may or may not be able to answer because they don't have those science skills. So they basically come out, and it's more of a 6 to 7 months kind of hackathon or datathon, where this kickoff event will be the people that have questions to the agencies or otherwise that they're looking to have answered. They make kind of an elevator pitch to these groups of scientists that will attend and have questions, and hopefully those ideas formulate groups, and then those groups of data scientists work with the agency folks to kind of coalesce and to develop a data project as part of the challenge. And there's different challenge questions. The challenge questions this year have a very intentional lens of racial equity involved. The water boards have taken a lead primarily through myself, Greg Gearhart, and Anna Holder in developing the questions, and we thought we'd be very intentional with that. And then there's also several award categories at the end of it. So it'll run from the end of June. So the event is June 28th through the 30th. And each day will be kind of half day of symposium, half day of a workshop focused on the challenge, where it'll be more of a free form event between the agency folks that have data questions, and then also the data scientists have an ability to ask questions and hopefully coalesce teams. And then there'll be commitments events along the way, with the challenge probably ending somewhere at the end of October, maybe a little bit later, depending on how things round out. And there'll be little events where they have, there's a water data collaborative event that's in Irvine that we'll probably leverage, and there'll be some other events where these groups can hopefully get together and actually work on these projects. It's been a real success in the past. A lot of the work that has been done has led to employment opportunities for the folks that participated. Rich Palou and Sadie Gill, both are highly ingrained into this based on their work at the Water Data Challenge. There's been some really cool tools that have been developed, and we're working on kind of updating our GitHub repo that shows those tools and the awards that have been focused on. So we're working with the Big West Data Hub out of Berkeley to develop maybe some awards and to figure out the award ceremony. But that event's happening June 28th through 30th. There are some registration up on the website. Hopefully, maybe Greg, I see he's online, can put the link in the chat for the symposium/challenge site that has the registration links there. And if any of you are interested in or have staff that are interested in maybe partnering or have data related questions that they want to maybe engage with the data scientists, we have kind of an informal gathering where we're going to answer questions about the challenge and see what that commitment could look like on June 13th in the afternoon. That we can, if you're interested, reach out to me and I can give you more details. And my other update is on AB 1066, which was to remind you the legislation that named the council to help define and develop a monitoring plan for primary recreation sites in inland waters. We had my update is that we were not in the May revise to get any resources to help meet the requirements within that, we being the water boards. I think that there is still a chance that CDPH may have gotten some resources to help with the implementation. But as of now, we did not get anything at the water boards, which will make things a little bit more difficult. Our first legislative date is July 1st, 2022 of this year. So we're supposed to develop a work group tasked with developing the definition of what a primary recreation site is. And so we're going to kind of put our heads together and figure out what we're going to do next. There's definitely a commitment at the water board side to move this work forward. And we'll be working with Mark and CDPH to see how to best develop this work group. I think we're going to leverage the inland beach monitoring work group, which was created a few years ago as a starting point, and then work with some of the people that backed the original legislation to help populate that with some of the technical advisory groups. And with that, I'll go ahead and stop.
Can you all hear us now? Great. All right, we're turning it over to Krista Kamer. And I'm super excited about this.
I'm super excited too.
Yeah,
I'm glad you guys
so-
wanted to hear about this.
Yeah,
So
thank
let's
you.
see. Should be able to share my screen. Okay. Well, good morning, everyone. Those of you who are here in the room and joining us remotely, I'm Krista Kamer. I'm the director of the California State University Council on Ocean Affairs, Science and Technology, affectionately known as CSU Coast. I wanted to give you a little background on the CSU in case you're not familiar with it. We have 23 campuses. The CSU is the largest public four-year university system in the United States with almost 500,000 students right now. 21 of our 23 campuses are Hispanic serving institutions. Over 70% of our students are students of color. Nearly a third of our students are the first person in their family to attend college. And almost half of our students are Pell Grant recipients, which means they have extreme unmet financial need. So we have a fairly unique population. 1 in 10 workers in California is a graduate of the CSU. So including some people here. So I feel like we have a real opportunity to impact this particular group of students for whom the CSU is really a mechanism for upward social mobility. Within that context, CSU Coast supports ocean and coastal research, education, and workforce development. And we are deeply committed to creating a more diverse and inclusive marine science community. I think if we look around the room, we all know why that's really important. So now I'm going to show you a series of slides that I pretty much straight up stole from Karen Cowan at Casqua. So I want to acknowledge my lack of originality and her good work in this area. So this is from the CAL FIRE website. I'm going to show you a series of screen captures with some numbers as well. These were the fires last year, or the fires the year before that. 2019 was actually not that bad, so I skipped back to 2018. So you can see the acreage burned is in the millions for each of these 3 years, and it really just covers the state. This is a table, which I stole this from Karen as well, of the 20 largest fires in California. And in the last 2 years, we've had 9 of those 20 largest fires. In the last 5 years, we've had 12 of the 20 largest fires. In the last 10 years, we've had 14. And in the last 20 years, we've had 18 of the state's 20 largest fires. That means of the state's 20 largest fires, only 2 occurred more than 20 years ago. And it's not going to get any better. This year is going to be predicted to be horrendous as well. So I'm really pleased to have the opportunity to present today's speakers to talk about this work that's being done within the CSU. There was interest in this at the council meeting, I think it was in February. And so I appreciate the opportunity to showcase what our folks are doing. We have a little bit of a change in the lineup. 2 of our speakers, Dr. Sandrine Matiasek and Dr. Alicia Kinoshita, are both ill today and cannot make it. Dr. Jack Webster from Chico will present Sandrine's slides, but Alicia is we're just going to skip over that one today. So with that, I am done, and we will bring up Doug Smith, who was a faculty member in the School of Natural Sciences at CSU Monterey Bay when he did the work that he's going to talk about. He's currently the interim and founding dean of graduate studies and research at CSUMB, and also happens to be my boss. So let's give Doug the floor. Hi, Doug.
Hi there. Thank you so much for the introduction. This is really exciting opportunity. I am there. Can you see my slide now?
Yes.
Okay, great. I'll start. Good morning, everyone. I'll be presenting a study on post-fire debris flows in the Carmel River and how such processes impact steelhead spawning gravel and water quality. This is a very local case study. It was opportunistic because we had the 1-2 punch of severe fire followed by an atmospheric river. So lampreys, salmon, steelhead trout are all anadromous fish that require the right conditions for spawning. The female fish excavates a nest in the riverbed, but like Goldilocks, the pebble sizes have to be just right. If they're too small, the pebbles will wash away, and so will the eggs. If the pebbles are too big, then she can't move the rocks to make a nest or bury the fertilized eggs. According to NOAA Fisheries, spawning gravel scarcity. I went one slide too far. No, it's all right. According to NOAA Fisheries, spawning gravel scarcity is one of many limiting factors for successful recovery of federally threatened anadromous fish, especially where dams have cut off the supply of gravel that was once transported to downstream reaches. The 120-foot tall concrete arch San Clemente Dam was removed in 2015 with the hopes that gravel would move downstream and augment the spawning gravel. However, in the graph here from our long-term study, you can see that the downstream sites indicated in the open circles decreased their percent spawning gravel after the dam came down. And this begs the question of where will spawning gravel come from? We know from our previous work that the gravel is sourced into the Carmel River predominantly from steep colluvial covered slopes that are severely burned and then impacted by rainfall. So the Carmel fire of 2020 provided a perfect opportunity to take a look at this. The Carmel fire burned about 7,000 acres and terminated on steep colluvial mantled chaparral slopes right between 2 of our long-term grain size study sites located right below the former San Clemente Dam. The map shows the debris flow probabilities produced by the U.S. Geological Survey. They do this after each fire. So before the rains came, we installed a tipping rain gauge. We carefully surveyed the sites below these little drainage basins to get the before conditions. And then we waited for rain to come. We produced the following questions from this. How accurate are the USGS debris flow predictions? Will debris flows reach the river? Will the debris flows impair water quality? And what will be the impact on spawning gravel? We waited for rain to come, and we got the perfect storm. An atmospheric river hit our site perfectly on January 27th of 2021. My students and I analyzed and surveyed about 12 debris flow deposits and 5 rock falls using drone photogrammetry, photo stations, and other survey techniques. This table shows our results, and they say that the US predictions were very accurate and that many debris flows did reach the riverbanks. And this is what it looked like. So we've got the before image here of the road at the toe of the slope, and here's after the debris flow. One of the debris flows, you can see a tree here for scale. Looking up valley of the same debris flow, here's the before, and here's the after conditions. The bottom line, though, is that the debris flow deposits were not mud rich, so they did not impair water quality. They were full of good spawning gravel. Unfortunately, they didn't get much gravel into the river itself. You can see here, this is after the debris flows came down, and there's really no change. It's all boulders and cobbles still. Graphically, it shows the same thing. I'm out of time, so I'm not going to belabor this point. But to answer the questions, the USGS debris flow predictions are very good. The debris flows did reach the river. Water quality was not impaired because they were not mud-rich debris flows. And in this particular case, the debris flows did not augment spawning gravel. Thank you very much.
All right, thanks, Doug. I really appreciate that. What I forgot to say was that we've asked the speakers to each do a 5-minute lightning talk. I'm gonna have them go one after another, and then we have lots of time for discussion at the end. So if you have questions, please go ahead, jot them down, and then we have plenty of time to answer all those questions. So next up, we have Dr. Emily Fairfax from CSU Channel Islands. You may have heard her recently on NPR. That's where I hear her sometimes in the morning. So Emily, it's nice to have you here.
Thank you. Super happy to be here. So my talk is a little bit different vibe. We're going to be talking a little bit about beavers in California. And the first question I always get is, are they even native here? And what you're looking at now is the distribution of iNaturalist observations of beavers in this state. And so yes, they're here now, from the top of the state all the way to the bottom, mountains to the coasts. And there's also a lot of evidence that they've been here for thousands and thousands of years. So yes, beavers are native to California. But what exactly do they have to do with wildfire? You know, beaver, kind of a small mammal, wildfire, kind of a landscape scale process. Where's that connection? We know that they're nature's engineers, and I'm going to show you in the next couple slides how they are also our firefighters. A lot of our streams, especially here in California, are degraded, and they look something like that little drawing I'm showing you on the bottom left. Simple single thread channel, really narrow riparian corridor, not a lot of vegetation, not a lot of complexity. That doesn't stop the beavers. They move in, they build a dam that starts to slow that water down, starts to widen out that riparian corridor. And busy as a beaver is a phrase for a reason. It's actually based on their behavior, not just fun and cutesy sayings. They keep building, so they expand those dams. They make them longer and taller and stronger. And in doing so, what they're doing is effectively reconnecting these degraded and incised streams back to their floodplains. And so they're taking a system that has been modified heavily by humans and restoring it to a more natural state. Now, I don't know if any of you have seen a beaver in the wild, or especially when walking on land, but this is a 40 to 100 pound semi-aquatic rodent with webbed back feet and this huge paddle tail. So when they're on land, it's really awkward. And honestly, they're really easy pickings for predators. And beavers know that through millions of years of evolution. So they don't just stop with building a dam. They also dig canals out into the floodplain, and these fill with water and they act like little bitty microstreams. And all of this is great for the beavers from a survival perspective. They're excellent swimmers. They can hold their breath super long, very, very safe in the water. But in doing all these modifications, they're seriously changing how water moves through this system. If you think about a stream without beavers and a stream with beavers, except now we're looking with depth, so into the subsurface, there's definitely some differences to be seen. Now, during wet periods where we have infiltrating precipitation, which I'm showing in the top of both these diagrams, all of those little plant roots can reach water. It doesn't matter where the stream or the beaver pond is impacting the groundwater. It doesn't really matter that we have a deep water table out here in the west. Everything's effectively being watered from above. But the minute we take away that infiltrating precipitation, you really start to see the effect the beavers are having. In the stream without beavers, in that degraded stream, it has such a narrow area of influence on the groundwater system, and it does not store a lot of water in the soil. And so any plant root that can't reach that groundwater starts to wither and wilt and become kind of crunchy and flammable. With the beaver pond, though, it's stored so much water, both in the surface and the subsurface, and has spread that area extremely wide, effectively pinning groundwater to the surface everywhere where their canals reach, that when you do have one careless match, or since we're California, a power line, the fire is going to burn the driest vegetation. And there's a lot of dry vegetation, even in our river bottoms, when we're in these really degraded systems. But when we have the beavers, when we have this restored aquatic network, there's not much to burn. It's like trying to start a campfire with wet sticks. It doesn't really work. And we've seen this. This isn't just a conceptual model. This is a somewhat famous photograph now from my colleague, Dr. Joaquin at Utah State University, looking at the Sharps Fire in Idaho. And where there were no beavers in this watershed, the fire burned all the way down into the floodplain, across the river bottom, and back up the other side, effectively destroying that aquatic ecosystem and the riparian corridor. However, when we had the beavers, it was just this huge band of greenery that was effectively too wet to burn the whole way through. And yes, the fire burned both the hill slopes on either side, but at least that river corridor stayed intact. And this isn't just something we've seen once either. We've seen this in California back in 2000 in the Mantor Fire. We've got a stream without beavers on the right there, burnt to an absolute crisp all the way through the river bottom. And then we've got that beaver dam on the left-hand side. You can see the fire tried to get into the riparian zone, but then it just sort of fizzled out. It was too wet to burn. We've also seen it in Canada, in Idaho, in Colorado, in Oregon. We've seen this everywhere. This is not an isolated phenomenon. And where this comes in with water quality is if you think about our degraded rivers and creeks, and then you think about these beaver dammed ones that are in a much more restored state. The degraded creeks, they're like a conveyor belt for water, and everything that comes in is immediately flushed downstream, and all the sediments stay suspended, especially the fines. Whereas when we have this beaver dammed creek, it's slower, it's spreading the water out. We're putting connection into the floodplain so that all of these sediments can settle out and be deposited. Now, in the degraded system, with that vegetation burning, there's a huge amount of ash immediately entering the waterways, and that degradation increases. The river will further in size and get into a less healthy state. But with the beavers, it's the opposite. The vegetation is alive, the water is still there. It's effectively these big combs, like a giant Brita filter, keeping all of those ash and fine sediments settled out, and the healthy river system stays intact. So when we do have fire, even if it's outside the riparian zone, eventually it washes in, and then it makes its way into the waterway, and it can be settled out in the beaver dam sections, but not where we're degraded. And so I think beavers should be considered as part of our plan when we think about water quality post-fire. So thank you for listening, and I look forward to questions later.
Thank you very much, Emily. Next up, we have Dr. Jack Webster from Chico, and Jack is going to deliver his slides as well as, I believe, okay, looks like it's one presentation now. So Jack, please go ahead.
Thank you, Krista. Thanks for having us here. And yeah, Sandrine can't make it today, so I've just combined our slides into one 10-minute talk here. So I'm going to talk about the campfire and some of the things that we've learned monitoring the local watersheds after the 2018 campfire. Before I get going, I just want to acknowledge that this work was funded by the National Science Foundation, and we had a lot of help from a lot of different academic labs and agencies who have contributed to this effort. So the campfire, hopefully most of you have heard about the campfire and what happened. It's one of the most destructive fires, well, the most destructive fire in California history. Not only did it destroy over 18,000 structures, but it's caused major loss of life and was a huge expense, not just in property loss, but also the cleanup effort. So it was a major event. Since then, we've had a number of other major fires, so this might be kind of filtering down in people's memories, but it certainly was a very unique fire. And because of this fire happened in November and right before the, oh, I think somebody needs to go on mute. It happened right before the rainy season. there was so much debris on the landscape, there really wasn't a lot of time to do a major cleanup before we started getting rainfall. And so we had a lot of opportunity for this disaster material to be exposed to the environment and potentially mobilized down into our local watersheds. So the goal of this study was to try to characterize that and figure out what is actually moving into the watersheds, what kind of levels of various contaminants are there, and what contaminants are there. So this is a very broad characterization of post-fire stormwater. Just to orient you a little bit, this is the local area. Paradise, starting kind of in the middle of this figure, Paradise is where all of these watersheds, different colors kind of converge. That was the town of Paradise. You see this larger red outline, that was the perimeter of the campfire. And then the watersheds that we studied are highlighted in these various colors. So you can see 3 watersheds that originate really in the town of Paradise. So kind of very urbanized at the top of the watershed, and then they move down into the valley. And then we had Butte Creek, which was one of the larger watersheds. It looks like it's relatively unburnt, but there was actually quite a large number of structures in this tributary to Butte Creek, around 4,000 structures. And then we had a control watershed that was Big Chico Creek, which was not burned in the fire. And if you remember back to the 2018-2019 water year, it was actually pretty wet. We had quite a number of storms. So what I've done here is overlaid our sampling times where we went to each of those locations that I showed on that last map throughout the 2018-2019 water year. And so we ended up with about 120 kind of unique time location samples throughout the course of sampling. And then we sampled a number of different things for a number of different things within each of these water samples. And I'm going to break up this talk into kind of 2 of those categories. It's not everything that we looked at, but I want to highlight a couple things. One of them being the organics and some emerging stormwater contaminants, and then the other are the metals. And so jumping right into the organics, we worked with the Center for Urban Waters at the University of Washington, Ed Kalojay's lab, and he has a method for quantifying a number of these emerging contaminants in stormwater. So these are isotopically labeled standards, and we can therefore quantify concentrations of a number of these contaminants. And then we also used high-resolution mass spectrometry to do non-targeted analysis. In this case, we don't have the labeled internal standards, but we can basically say whether something is present or not by identifying the chemical mass and then comparing that to databases of known chemicals and kind of see what's out there. So these were the 2 methods employed. And just jumping right into the main result here, following the fire, and let me just orient you on this figure. Here's the concentration in nanograms per liter. Each of these kind of boxes on the x-axis represent a different watershed. And they're organized in going from kind of the beginning of the water year to the end of the water year. So Clear Creek, for example, and then down refers to in the valley, and up is in Paradise. And so what we see is that kind of right after the fire, and this is, the fire occurred in November 8th and it continued to burn for a few days. So this is right at the beginning of the wet season here, the first rain. We had pretty high levels of pentachlorophenol. So this was the one kind of compound that seemed to be really the indicator of urban burning. So we see fairly high concentrations in the microgram per liter level. Initially, it kind of tapers off over time. It was very consistent. We found it in over 90% or around 90% of our samples, and even found it the following year. So the following December, it was still present at fairly high concentrations in some samples. Later in the year, particularly in the urbanized watersheds, we started seeing more vehicle-derived compounds, probably likely due to the cleanup activity that was going on. And we also then detected some herbicide later the following year, probably used to do weed abatement on property. So that was kind of the main takeaway for the targeted analysis. In the non-targeted analysis, the main takeaway was that we found a number of these fluorinated compounds. They seem to be fairly high. Again, we didn't quantify these, but we know that they're there. And based on the peak area in the instrument, we have fairly high concentrations of these fluorinated compounds. Again, most likely originating from the burning structures and materials associated with that. We see them highest initially after the fire and then kind of decreasing through the water year. All right, jumping into the metals, so kind of shifting gears a little bit. We were lucky enough to be able to find some pre-fire data from a thesis that was written by a student here at Chico State a few years prior to the fire. And they had collected data from 2 watersheds that we studied throughout a water year, including base flow and storm flow. So we have some pretty comparable data for some of the metals that we looked at. And the first thing that we noticed was if we compare, for example, in Clear Creek, this light box here is the pre-fire and the darker box is the post-fire. We have a log scale on the y-axis, we're in micrograms per liter. You see that on average, we have about an order of magnitude increase in metal concentrations. Now, that's not true for all of them, and some of them were a little bit higher. Zinc, for example, in some cases, maybe 2 orders of magnitude increases. But in general, about an order of magnitude increase for many of these metals. So that's the first indication that indeed we are seeing some increased kind of contaminant transport, metal transport from this burned urban area. Within the watersheds that we studied, we also see about that 1 order of magnitude increase comparing our control to these burned urban watersheds. So our control in this case is this red box. We have Clear Creek, Dry Creek, or sorry, Butte Creek, Clear Creek, and Dry Creek as we progress from left to right. So these are total metals, not filter passing, but total metals. And again, we have about an order of magnitude increase, but what you'll see is that they're also kind of increasing as we move from Big Chico Creek up toward Dry Creek. And one of the things that we looked at was, well, what really explains this? And we started looking at the number of destroyed structures per urban acre in the watershed, and that seems to correspond to this increase in metal concentration. And so that indicates that these destroyed structures and the density of these structures on the landscape is potentially driving the metal concentrations that we're seeing downstream. Okay, so kind of the takeaway, we had a couple interesting points here, but this was what I would consider to be a good urban endpoint. This was a trailer park that had burned, and there were, completely burned. There's multiple vehicles, multiple trailers, a lot of disaster material on the landscape, and then we had a lot of rainfall and ponding taking place on the site. And so this is kind of about as bad as it got in terms of looking at the landscape and water kind of saturating this disaster material. When we looked at the concentrations of metals in this runoff, you can see here that we had the highest zinc concentrations of the study, highest lead concentrations of the study. So some relatively high concentrations comparatively. But when we compare this to the national average peak stormwater concentrations for metals, you can see that for most of these metals we're in the same order of magnitude, a bit higher for zinc. So what does this mean? It means that, at least from what we're seeing, that, for as bad as these burned landscapes look and how terrible, it potentially could be, the actual amount of metal that's moving off of this landscape associated with the runoff is probably pretty comparable to what we'd see from a highly urbanized or maybe, contaminated urban environment. So with that, yeah, just to quickly summarize, we definitely see an increase in metal export from these burned urban areas. Certainly there was organics that are moving off of these structures. We saw pesticides and pharmaceuticals. The PCP or the pentachlorophenol seems to be the most likely, or the chemical that is the best indicator of this urban burning. But we also noted other kind of persistent compounds in the watershed and moving through the watershed after the fire. So yeah, I'll leave it right there. Thank you.
Thanks, Jack, and thanks for covering Sandrine's work on the metals as well. As I said, Dr. Alicia Kinoshita was not able to join us today, so our next set of speakers will be Dr. Scott Hausworth and Dr. Priya Ganguly from CSU Northridge. We'll be talking about their work following the Woolsey fire.
Great, thank you for having us. So again, we're going to be talking about a project we've been working on for several years now, looking at the watershed dynamics and water quality associated with the 2018 Woolsey fire. That fire burned a majority of the Malibu Creek watershed, shown here on the black outline on the right. The fire burn areas in red. And we started collecting samples really right after the fire. We conducted 23 sampling events, incorporating over 200 water samples, over 50 soil samples, and a number of sediment samples. And we really took a broad approach to this. We were really looking at sort of all aspects of water quality, from metals to mercury to suspended particulate matter. Some of those analyses are pending. I'm going to primarily focus in this talk on the organic side, and specifically polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons, or PEHs, which are a class of compounds that are carcinogenic. They can be ecotoxic, and they're actually generated by the fire. We did also manage to get streamflow data and precipitation data from the LA DPW, which has a gauging station sort of just downstream of location 9 on the map. Jumping right into the results, the pH concentrations themselves spiked pretty high right after the fire in those first rain events after the fire occurred. I will note this is a log scale, so these are big changes in concentration. And we saw a pretty rapid decrease through that later first wet season into the dry season. And then subsequent rain events in the later wet seasons, we do see spikes, pretty consistent magnitude, and never really approaching what we saw in that first year. I'm going to sort of skim over some of the details here, but we did find some interesting relationships among different factors. So for example, pH concentrations correlated with suspended particulate matter in the system, which we sort of expected, but we did see sort of an interesting shift in that relationship over the course of the study. We saw similarly changes in the stream flow as it related to the precipitation. So we seem to be seeing less stream flow for a given amount of precipitation. And likewise saw less suspended particulate matter entering for a given amount of precipitation. So these together sort of give us pretty distinct evidence that we're seeing recovery of the watershed, vegetation coming back, which is changing the hydrology of the system. What I wanted to sort of focus on was sort of one of the more interesting things we found. This wasn't something we went into the study looking for, but we applied sort of an old method that uses pH ratios. So looking at concentration ratios of individual compounds, you can get a sense of what that pH mixture is coming from, whether that's biomass. So if it plots up in the sort of right, upper right portion of the plot, we expect that to be a biomass source versus sort of the lower and left sides would be more of a petroleum source. So we started plotting our data on this, and we started with the soil samples collected throughout the watershed, and they don't fall neatly within the biomass region, but they do cluster pretty well within this oval. The soil samples are the black pluses here. And our first wet season water samples fell right within the same region. So that provided us pretty good evidence that what we're actually seeing in the water samples themselves is mobilized burn soil coming in from the burn area. Later in the wet season, we see this shift in the light blue circles more towards a petroleum and petroleum combustion sort of signal. And then in the dry season, lots of scatter, but definitely a very distinct shifts towards that petroleum region as well. Sort of where it gets interesting is when we came to our first rain event of the following wet season, we saw that at numerous of our sites, we returned right back to that burn signal. So the black or the red X's here, many of our sites were again seeing remobilization of what seems to be burned soil. Whereas at other of our sites, including the 3 up here, we're not. We're seeing that they have sort of shifted away from that source. And then sort of going into later second wet season rain events, we see this very bimodal distribution where a number of our sites continue to return to that fire signal during each rain event, and other of our sites never do. They sort of remain in this more petroleum sort of source. So we're sort of looking at this as a potential tool where we can use this approach to sort of look at the dynamics, the chemical dynamics of the system, how different portions of the watershed are recovering. And just as a quick example, we have two sites here that over the first year look very, very similar. The concentrations of pHs are very similar. They both show that fire signal in that first wet season. They both declined similarly in that first dry season. And then when we come back to the second wet season, one of our sites shows spikes and shows that fire signal, whereas our other site shows considerably lower concentrations, no real increase with those rain events. And that has shifted to that more petrogenic signal. So we're sort of looking at this as a tool where we can differentiate different portions of the site and the way it's recovering and the way contaminants are transported through the system. And so with that, I'll pass it off to Dr. Ganguly.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak with you today. As Scott mentioned, we started this project in November of 2018, and that was less than a year after I arrived at CSUN, so my laboratory was still in the process of being built. As a result, our trace metal and our mercury speciation analyses are currently being taken care of by one of our graduate students. And so I'm going to focus on next steps in our project. And what we are interested in looking at are the impacts to Malibu Lagoon. And so in the map that Scott showed, you can see Malibu Lagoon watershed outlined in black, with Malibu Lagoon being at station 10, and the red showing the amount of that watershed that burned. So one of the things that I want to explain to you is why we believe that coastal lagoons are an important component of the wildfire story. So the type of coastal lagoons that we're talking about are ephemeral seasonal lagoons that form where small mountain streams meet the ocean. And the map that you see on the right there is from a 2015 publication by Treglia et al. That gives you a sense of how dense these streams can be. And on the next slide, we'll see that a number of these streams, or a number of these lagoons, have been turned into state and county parks as a means of trying to protect this critical habitat. And we're also starting to put money into coastal restoration projects that focus on coastal lagoons, such as just north of San Diego, the San Julio Lagoon remediation was over $100 million. So these are dynamic systems. As you can see on the right, these are a series of Google Earth images from 2011 to 2021, showing you how dramatically the morphology of Malibu Lagoon changes over time. These systems respond to their watershed, their critical habitat for threatened and endangered species, and any sediment-bound contaminant is going to end up there before it interacts with the marine system. So this is essentially a contaminant sink. At Malibu Lagoon, we saw a tremendous amount of sediment going through, but depending on the watershed and the extent of the wildfire, the extent of debris going through can be extreme. So the image on the right, taken by a student named Luis de Vera at CSUN, is from the Carpinteria Lagoon, shown by the yellow star there, giving you a sense of, after the Thomas Fire, how much debris went through that watershed. So we're very interested in not only looking at Malibu Lagoon, but actually creating a lagoon study along the entire coast of California. And with that, we'd like to thank you. And if you are interested in our project, please feel free to reach out to us. And also, most importantly, we want to thank tremendous number of students who have helped us on this project. This has really been a group effort and has been a lot of fun. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Pri and Scott. So that wraps up all of our talks. Thank you to all of our speakers. And we have plenty of time for questions and discussion, either from folks in the room or folks on Zoom. Steve. Oh, sorry.
Oh,
I apologize.
I have a couple of questions. How about I'll take one and then Steve and then back. So this is a question for Dr. Webster. And actually, before I go, I wanted to thank all the presenters for these really interesting, high quality presentations, very informative. So thank you. So Dr. Webster, looking at your list of contaminants that you were looking for, they included pharmaceuticals, and I saw ibuprofen and caffeine in there, and there were probably some others whose names I'm not familiar with. So to me, the presence of pharmaceuticals being detected in stormwater would indicate the likelihood of sanitary sewage contaminating the stormwater, which isn't a surprise given the fact that the sewers were probably damaged during the campfire as well. So can you comment on how that data is being used?
Yeah, I can comment on that. So there's a couple things in that question. One, I'll try to just explain the pharmaceuticals, the way that we're thinking about them right now, which is that there was one sample that actually had a really high, high concentrations of the ibuprofen and caffeine. It turns out that sample was actually collected in Clear Creek up in Paradise, and there was a drop inlet from a stormwater, stormwater collection in front of the Safeway parking lot, and the family pharmacy shared the same drop inlet. So it seems to me that what we're seeing is the leaching of over-the-counter pharmaceuticals. By the way, there were other pharmaceuticals that we detected that we didn't quantify, but we know that they're there. There were a lot of well, I won't say a lot. There were some other over-the-counter pharmaceuticals that showed up as well. So it seems like that Safeway and that pharmacy are pretty likely sources for that. But to the other point, so Paradise is, I think it's the largest community, certainly one of the largest communities that's entirely on septic. So I think all structures are on leach fields in the town of Paradise. And so certainly, when we went out there and we started sampling, we were really concerned about contamination. There were plenty of, and I think I showed pictures of like burned out septic tanks. And that was one of the thoughts that, we could be flooding these septic tanks. There's no caps. The plastic had actually burned away, and it was just a hole, a pit in the ground. And so there was potential for those to overflow and spill out. But I think the pharmaceuticals that we're seeing are actually coming from those kind of hotspot point sources.
Great. Thanks, Jack. Okay.
Oh,
We have
okay.
another question.
Well, the other question was for Dr. Fairfax about the beavers and your final conclusion about beavers being part of the solutions for fire resiliency. So what kind of policy decisions can we make as a society to encourage the establishment of beavers in watersheds?
That's a great question. So in California, historically, we have not been able to relocate beavers for the last several decades. The last active relocation was in the 1940s. The governor's recent budget proposal does seek to reverse that and allow relocation again. And I think that's really important for these watersheds and regions that have been locally extirpated from the European fur trade and have not re-beavered in any kind of a significant way since. And so we have lots of beavers in conflict with people, especially in the Sacramento Delta, and those beavers could be picked up, moved, put onto public lands in places where they're needed for fire resilience, and that's a big step. The other big step is just starting that restoration process for them. So there's lots of things that we can do to get the streams a little bit healthier and achieve a little bit of that sort of slow water environment. And ideally, that will make it a better environment so that when beavers do show up into a system, they have a higher chance of survival and sticking around.
Thanks, Emily. That was actually my question too. What kind of policies do we need to help the beavers? So let's go to Steve Weisberg here in the room, and then we'll go to Mark Gold online.
Actually, that was probably a good little lead in to the question I have, Chris. The question is actually for you. This is an excellent set of presentations, but I'm looking to see what's the connection between the studies that we're doing, kind of the after effects of the fires, and the management decisions that need to be made, and how can the council, which serves kind of an interface between some of the science and management decisions, how can we facilitate that interaction?
Well, that was part of the reason I wanted to do this today, was to let people on the council and watching know about this type of research. So one thing I can say is that a lot of CSU folks do really applied or solution-oriented research in their backyard, and they're very interested in informing management. So I'm not that much in the water quality world anymore as I was when I worked at Scorp, but I think there's a lot of opportunity for folks here to communicate with other folks at their agencies to talk about what else do we need to know. Or like, let's go get more data from these folks. But I think that there's a real desire to inform management actions. I don't know exactly what that looks like though.
But maybe Karen, that's kind of, we have some other talks later today and maybe they'll provide some insight, but it might be nice for us to define what are some of those management decisions, whether it's the kind of materials the firefighters use, whether it's the activities that are to take afterwards to kind of prevent some of the flooding. What are the things that we can do that can connect the science on water quality to management, where most of that management is probably outside of the water quality management community?
Yeah, and I'll just add, I was thinking of the same thing, although in the context of what more monitoring do we need to be doing in order to answer the questions we need to answer for management. And that was really the conversation. And I see Mark Gold has turned on his, Mark and I have had good conversations as smaller groups about taking advantage of the fact that wildfire is a symptom not only of climate change, but the need for better watershed management and monitoring in watersheds across the state. And it's, you know, obviously of huge political concern and getting lots of funding. And so for us to focus in on wildfire, to support decision-making around wildfire and watershed management, how can we use this as a moment to get resources to have more meaningful monitoring, not just post-fire, but in watersheds across the state to inform lots of decisions, including those around wildfire management. So Mark can probably articulate that a whole lot better than I just did. That was off the cuff, but
Mark, why don't you go ahead?
Okay, thanks. Couple things, and I will follow up on that as well. But I'm glad to hear Professor Fairfax, if they do beaver relocation, they won't be using the techniques of the 50s. I don't want to see beavers parachuting from the sky. That was kind of a sad moment in our conservation history. A question, I guess, mostly for Professor Gangley and Professor Smith, which is, obviously your work has tremendous potential impacts, or at least assessing the potential impacts on the aquatic life in the bottom of the watershed. And we heard a little bit about steelhead and not being quite the impact that you thought. There's some obviously interesting things occurring, not too far from the Carmel River, with the kelp canopy collapse around the Monterey Peninsula that doesn't really quite make sense unless there might have been some sort of contribution from the Carmel River. So it's just sort of bizarre that you have such a bad hotspot right there around the peninsula. And then, the Malibu, we saw changes in the sedimentation over time in Malibu Lagoon. I'm sure there were all sorts of nutrient signals as well that went up and down. But it also begs the question: what were the impacts on aquatic life, estuarine life, and maybe even marine life just outside that area? And I'm just wondering if there's any work that you both know of that has gotten to that point to give us a little bit more information on what the actual impacts are on biodiversity or community structure, because I think that's the sort of thing that would be really, really helpful to us as managers to understand better. You can imagine there's a lot of marine protected areas that are downstream of burned areas. What's happening to those MPAs? We're failing in sort of understanding that. I know SCORP does a lot of work on various different macroinvertebrate indices and sort of seeing, how to have those change pre-post fire. So there's a lot of questions I think that would sort of help us if we understood the ecological impacts a little better. So any response there?
Well, I can chime in. For the Carmel fire, the Carmel fire actually didn't have a lot of runoff into the river. There was just the one atmospheric storm, and that was it. So if it had been a winter with much more sustained rainfall, there might have been more of a signal. But, you know, this is just one very local case study, and the riverbed itself did not show any accumulation of fine material or coarse material. So I can't imagine that it had much of an influence offshore. But I know there are ongoing studies at UC Santa Cruz on that topic, looking at the nearshore environment off of Big Sur, for example, and perhaps off of Carmel. But I don't know the results of that. I think it's ongoing.
Thank you.
I'm not aware of any biological studies, but there's some fascinating work that's being done by Christine Lee and her group at JPL NASA, where they're able to use remote sensing to track sediment plumes, and also looking at how algal blooms and E. coli, I think, vary with what they're seeing. Very eager. I'm hoping that we can eventually start working with them, but it's incredible what is the power of satellite imagery.
Yeah, no, we work really, really closely with Christine a lot on a wide variety of remote sensing things. But just going back to, you know, Steve's point, which is that, you know, what information do you think we need? Karen's point as well, for us to be making better management decisions. I think we need more of the biological impact info. That's the part that I think is missing. Unfortunately, with all this money going around on wildfire, we're just not seeing the investments in that aspect of it, which I think is just a glaring deficiency in where we're at. And so I mean, sort of last thing, just throwing it to Steve, and maybe you can just bring it up later, is, you know, with all the work Eric Stein and his crew's doing, have they been looking at pre-post fire in some areas? I can't imagine that they haven't, as part of sort of larger studies, but maybe not even focused on fire, but just a lot of those watersheds that he's worked on have included fire impacts. I know he's done a lot of work with Terry Hogue at Colorado State on this issue as well. Not Colorado State, Colorado School of Mines. Sorry about that. That was it.
Oh, I thought, Mark, you had a question for someone specifically. I was going to chime in about a slightly different topic. Did you want the other person to respond?
No, that was it. Yeah, I assume Steve will do it later in the afternoon.
Oh, later. Okay. Right. So what I wanted to say is, you are looking for actionable information from us. And in a 5-minute talk, I was not able to sew all that together, because it's complex and it's not completely related to water quality or fire. But what I'll just wrap up with is that in the Carmel watershed, we know from our past studies that severe fire followed by heavy winter rains is the requirement to get sediment from the slopes into the river channel. And what I couldn't say in the short time that I had was that the reason that we've seen a degradation of spawning gravel in the Carmel, even after the San Clemente Dam came down, is that there's still Los Padres Dam upstream, trapping that fire-generated sediment from reaching the lower reaches of the Carmel. So an actionable bit of information is to restore steelhead spawning gravel in the Carmel, we need to take down the Los Padres Dam.
Thanks, Doug. I actually want to go back to what you asked, Steve, about these studies and management, because I'm pretty sure from what I know is that following, for example, the Woolsey and the camp, these guys just mobilized using whatever kind of sample containers they had in their lab that were appropriate for the contaminants that they want to measure. They grabbed their students and they hit the field. So we don't have, as far as I know, any kind of large scale coordinated post-fire sampling plan. I mean, I know when I worked at Scorp, right? We knew when the rain was coming, we'd mobilize to go do a first flush event following, you know, big rain events. So that's certainly something that maybe we could advance at the state level, is the need for a coordinated response to better understand the contaminants that are coming off different types of landscapes, because it's really changing. And that was what I think was interesting that I learned from Jack, is even though I think of Paradise as a pretty rural area. I mean, it's still not, it's an urban fire, and the same thing happened in Laguna Niguel. I mean, these structures are burning cars, asphalt, things in people's houses, and they're full of contaminants. So that would be an interesting discussion I have, I think, about a coordinated planned response rather than folks at universities grabbing whatever they can and students who are around and trying to get out there.
Yeah, can I just respond to that, which is, that's what we as a group lack, is specific plans where we can say, this is what it's going to take to get the information that we need at these locations, you know, generally speaking, because obviously we don't know where the fires are going to be every year, but, you know, some sort of, like you said, a plan that, you know, we can mobilize groups of CSUs or, you know, other academics, other scientific institutions possibly, quickly with a plan that these are the bottles we need, these are the constituents, these are the labs we need to have access to, those kinds of, and we just don't have it. We haven't done that planning.
And just to take that a step further, if we had that plan with a specific budget, then maybe we can push for trying to get funding, you know, as opposed to, because talking about it in abstract, because I know both Karen and I have tried to do this in the last couple of years, it has not really been that successful, unfortunately. So, you know, having a plan in place with a budget of what it would take to actually implement it, might give us a better chance, I hope, of funding in the future, because yeah, the way it's going right now is just not working.
This is Grant. I wanted to just offer a few thoughts, and I definitely like the idea of a playbook, if you will, and I would suggest that that playbook should not only include monitoring, but that the monitoring playbook should inform what to do, you know, post fire in terms of cleanup, and especially in urbanized areas. I think, you know, and I appreciate the presentations by the panelists, and that a lot of the work is focused around larger wildland fires, but we see acute effects from fires in urbanized areas. And I'll give you two examples of those. Many of you probably remember in the news last summer in Los Angeles, I believe it was city of Carson, there was a fire, chemical fire at a plant that made or was storing large quantities of hand sanitizer. The runoff from the fire suppression, millions of gallons of fire suppression runoff went into Dominguez Channel, owned, operated by LA County Public Works. That led to a lot of debris, organic debris within that channel, which started decomposing. And the effect of that was a lot of hydrogen sulfide gas that you know, caused the surrounding community to start to complain, rightfully so, about the odors. And this turned into a very costly problem for LA County Department of Public Works to try and manage and deal with. And I think they're probably still working on it, and we're almost you know, a year into it. And then we had a structure fire at a chemical plant in Orange County in February, and it was a plant that made foam products for mattresses. So we had millions of gallons of fire suppression runoff that went directly into the Santa Ana River, where Orange County Water District actually manages a spreading basin that recharges the groundwater aquifer that provides drinking water to hundreds of thousands of residents in northern Orange County. Well, no one really thinks about, okay, what do we do with all this contaminated runoff, right? So who gets left holding the bag? It's the owner operator of that stormwater drainage system that ended up holding the bag. So my agency, Orange County Public Works, we're left with millions of gallons of contaminated runoff in the Santa Ana River. No one really wanted to take responsibility for what to do with that. So, it ended up being a fairly extensive cleanup and costly cleanup to remove hundreds of thousands of gallons of runoff from those recharge basins in the Santa Ana River. So I think, if I could just put in a plug, that the monitoring is definitely needed, but it should help inform what happens, the management action that happens, post fire. And a lot of times in urbanized areas, that needs to be, that cleanup plan needs to be put into action very quickly. And so those are just the comments I wanted to make. And I thank you, Krista, and all the panelists for excellent presentations.
Thanks, Grant. Steve, did you have another question?
Well, I just want to say I love where this conversation is going. I feel like this council is uniquely positioned to serve as that interface between essentially water quality measurements and management actions and decisions. And I think, what I loved about the presentations you had organized, Krista, is that you heard people talking about sediment. You heard about people talking about chemicals, but then you also hear Mark going, but I'm most interested in biology, even what we measure. And then you've got the how, the logistics of essentially mobilization, and then where the information goes, and where it goes essentially pre-fire to what are the things you can do to minimize it, where it goes after fire to figure out how you fix it. This just seems like a perfect thing for the council to deal with, particularly since it involves so many other types of agencies, some of which are at the table already, some of which we need to be able to drag in, but could effectively be done by the council. So we have other talks this afternoon. We probably need to hear those, but I'm thinking this could very well lead to a nice council activity.
I want to go quickly to what's in the chat. OIMA, Office of Information Management
And analysis.
and Analysis at the State Water Board, asked about publication of the data. So I will say that I know all of these folks are planning on publishing it in the peer-reviewed scientific literature, which takes years sometimes. So Doug Smith put a link in the chat to an article that's already been published on the Carmel gravel work that he presented. I'll just say that if you're interested in contacting the PIs to talk with them directly about their data, just contact me. My email's in the agenda for today. I'll connect you and you guys can take it from there. I'll volunteer that our folks will be as helpful as possible while also maintaining their right to publish their data. But I'm sure that they really want to help the state. And then I was wondering too, we were talking to what extent any of this post-fire monitoring can be incorporated into SWAMP, which I used to work on. How does this fit in with SWAMP sampling?
Yeah, that was me before I changed my name. That question, when you were talking, when there was the question about, how can this be used by water managers? My first thought was, do the water managers and the decision makers know that work is being done and where the data is and how we can combine it with the data that we're collecting? And the Office of Information Management Analysis is SWAMP, or SWAMP is within it, and that's the majority of the work that's done there. But we need the data to be there, and I understand the publication, especially in the academic sector, but eventually we need that data in an open and usable format that we can combine with our own data or to make inferences on, and to know that these things are happening. I think this is a great first start, and having you on the council especially is valuable to daylight this work that's being done at the CSUs and other universities, and then that we can leverage that with SWAMP sampling efforts across the regions. Like if there's a region in the Central Coast region and they know that there's sampling going on in the Carmel watershed for certain sediments a little bit different, but there's a way to supplement that with SWAMP data to make it, a more stronger study. There's also a message there from Greg, who's my boss, how we can best connect offline. But my thought was, how can we have access to the data so that SWAMP can know it's there, and then when they're prioritizing their work plan for regional sampling in particular, they know where they can leverage, because we're obviously on a bootstrap budget ourselves. But if we can leverage, that's kind of the role of this council particularly, but also, it's what we would ideally want, is to supplement and to enhance the work that's already being done.
Well, I think what's interesting when you ask is how would managers know about this work? and I'll say that unless the state is funding work at a university, the state probably doesn't know about it unless they're collaborating. I mean, there's just no way to keep track of what folks at universities are working on, whether it's funded by NSF or Coast Funds work, or it's funded. I mean, there's plenty of times, right? I'm sure one part of the state doesn't know what the other part of the state is doing. So that was like one of the reasons why I wanted to do this today, was to let y'all know about this work. So what about CEDN as a place for data to go that would then be accessible?
Yeah, that would be ideal for swamp integration and for open publication, even on the open water data portal for other agencies beyond, excuse me, the water boards to utilize, thinking, because whatever goes into CEDN, which includes what's the swamp collected data, goes onto the open water data portal, which is available for all, thanks to the Open Water Data and Transparency Act, AB 1755. So that would be ideal. I know that CEDN has very specific requirements, but we could also work with that, because CEDN is also within the Office of Information Management Analysis and managed by us. We could definitely work with that as well. And I agree that that's why this council was created, is because we weren't communicating with ourselves. The Cal EPA agency and the Natural Resources Agency weren't telling each other what we were collecting, and that's why this council exists, is to help that communication and develop those connections. We was hoping to have a swamp presentation after lunch to supplement this, but both Ali and then Shuka couldn't make it for illness reasons. So, but we'll continue the conversation. I think.
And I wanted to say for my panelists, if you don't know what CEDN is, it's the California Environmental Data
Exchange
Network. I couldn't remember the second E. Okay. So yeah, I can facilitate conversations any of you here in the room or online want to have with any of the panelists. I'd be happy to do that. Just contact me. And are there any more questions online?
Can I just add that it's also why we've added an academic research component to our council. And so thank you for being a conduit in addition to Steve in the scientific community. I think that communication will only improve having you on our council. So,
well, thanks. And I think in the online, we also have Steve Blumenshine. He's at Fresno State, and he's actually an expert in salmonids, but he's also leading some of the water quality efforts, more on the freshwater water resources side in the CSU, so he'll be an asset as well. So any more questions in the room or online? I want to thank all of our panelists for joining us today. Thanks, you guys. I really appreciate you showing up here and presenting to the council. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks so much, Krista. It was awesome. Great work. Looking forward to more presentations like that in the future to gain awareness and context. We are ahead of schedule. I think that's okay. I think that if you guys are okay with it, we could just break for lunch early, and that would give you guys all opportunity to kind of talk. And I know this is probably the first time many of you have met or seen each other in a long time, so a longer lunch isn't a bad thing. I think I'll just, they'll start back up at 1 o'clock. That'd be great, but I don't know. I can't push up everybody else because we lost some speakers. So I think it'd be better used for you all to talk amongst yourselves, and we'll take a longer lunch break. But again, thank you all to the speakers, and go ahead and take a break from here.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Well,
we're done. That was fun.
I'm used to doing this mute. I don't have to unmute.
No, you don't. We're right here.
Welcome back, everybody. Just gonna resume after a nice long lunch. Item 5 coming up is a new item that I mentioned earlier in the day. Will be led by Paul. Paul, are you available to take control?
Yes, I think so.
Okay.
Let's give it a try.
Let me stop sharing.
Okay, hold on
All
a
right.
second. Share screen 1. Okay, can you see my screen?
Sure can.
Okay, great. So thank you. My name is Paul Han. I'm the program manager for the Watersheds and Wetlands section at the State Water Resources Control Board, Division of Water Quality. I'm here to give you an update on the California Wetland Monitoring Work Group. There's 3 specific things that I want to talk to you about today. One is the work group charter, one is the strategic plan, and one is a co-chair nomination that we're working on. So first, I'm going to start with the, I can get the slide to change. I'm going to start with the work group charter. So our work group charter was last updated in 2014, and we've been working successfully with it for about almost 10 years now. However, in 10 years, there's been a lot of change, and there's a number of new faces. And for all those reasons, we thought that an update to the charter was necessary and appropriate. So we've met as a group. We developed a steering committee to help us out with this work group charter, the strategic planning, and the charter nomination. And so we've been meeting as a subcommittee. And there were a few things that came out of that subcommittee that we knew we wanted to do with the charter. First of all, we wanted to reflect a shift from developing tools to promoting tool use. Again, the CWMW, the work group, has been around for a long time, and we've been very successful in creating tools, and we recognize that many of these tools are at or are reaching maturity. And so really the best use of the committee is to shift from not end development of the tools, certainly, but to really start prioritizing more emphasis on promoting the tools and making sure they're used within the state of California. We also wanted to better reflect the relationship with the Monitoring Council. The last time we did the charter, the relationship with the Monitoring Council was kind of new, and since then, you know, the Monitoring Council has been reformed. Nick's provided great leadership to the council. We recognize the time is ripe for us to re-emphasize that link to the Monitoring Council and really deepen the ties there. Lastly, we recognize the need for coordination with tribes and community-based organizations. So those are some of the key elements that we're looking at in updating the charter. We have been working on the charter this year. It was reviewed and endorsed by the work group last week at our quarterly meeting. We do have some additional changes that came out of last week's meeting. We need to finish making those changes, and then we would like to send this to the Monitoring Council for endorsement by the Monitoring Council. Are there any questions about that?
Yeah, this is Peter Vroom. I have a question. When you were working on your charter, one of the things, I don't know if you're familiar with the JEDI work group, the Justice, Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion work group. We're trying to encourage JEDI initiatives be inserted in a lot of the charters. And I see that you kind of are, just, you know, in the fact that you're talking about tribes and community-based organizations, but I was wondering if there's any other JEDI initiatives that you are including.
Well, I don't know that I could refuse any initiatives just by the name alone. JEDI, that's awesome. Having said that, no, we are not aware of the JEDI, and it would be really helpful to know about that. We have included some objectives, but to be frank, the objective is pretty thin and is pretty much limited to, hey, we know we need to do this, and that's one of the objectives that we seek to do with the group, is to do coordination and outreach. If there is additional detail that the Monitoring Council would like to suggest to us, we would be very open to hearing about that. So yeah, can we work through Nick to get that information?
Yep, absolutely.
Great. Yeah, can I use Jedi in our project charter?
You can, although the name might be changing before too much longer, because there actually has been some pushback on the acronym JEDI. But yes, for the time being, you may.
Can I suggest the alternative of lightsaber?
I'm not quite sure how that would fit, but yeah, we could come up with something, I'm sure.
That's great. I love it. Okay.
Yeah. All right, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, let me move on. I'm sorry, let me back up.
I just said none in the room. You're good.
Okay, good. Let me move on to the strategic plan. So we last updated the strategic plan in 2018. It's important to know that this strategic plan serves dual purposes. Of course, it guides the California Wetland Monitoring Workgroup, but as importantly, and perhaps more importantly, it satisfies US EPA's requirements that we have a statewide wetland protection plan, and that's necessary so that we can qualify for EPA grant funding. Each year the EPA provides about $400,000 of grant funding for wetland protection, which is not necessarily a lot of money, but I think we've used it in a very strategic way. Specifically, we've used that money to do a lot of our CRAM development. We've also used that for some of the EcoAtlas development. One of the more interesting projects that was done in this last year through this grant funding is research to develop what are called habitat development curves. And the idea behind this is, right now when we do wetland restoration, we tend to have very long monitoring plans. And the work that's being done is to try and figure out how we might use CRAM data to better forecast how successful a project will be, so that we can have a good handle on whether or not a project's going to be successful in maybe the first couple of years instead of 5 or 20 years out. So really interesting and valuable work comes out of that grant funding, and we want to make sure that we make it available moving on into the future. In preparing the strategic plan, Nick was very kind to provide us the same format and the format tools that the Monitoring Council used to develop its own strategic plan. So we're very thankful for that. We are looking to finish this by the end of the year, and for that to happen, we're going to need some help. And specifically, we're going to need help from the member agencies that are represented by this council. Specifically, we're going to need to capture wetland priorities for multiple agencies. We have that from 2018, but obviously that's 5 years ago, and I'm sure all of our agencies have places where priorities have been implemented and can be crossed off the list, and new priorities that we don't necessarily know about. So we're going to need help compiling that information. In many cases, we know who the contacts should be at the agencies, because they are participating in our work group, or they are staff that know the staff that are participating in our work group. In other cases, we may need some fundamental help figuring out, okay, who do we reach out to at the various agencies? So anticipate that we will be reaching out to the Monitoring Council members in the next month or two, sometime by middle of the summer. We should be in a position where we're ready to start soliciting priorities so that we can put them into this statewide plan. Any questions on that? Or Nick, would you rather I continue on to my full slides before asking for any more questions?
I think you move on.
Okay, great. So I want to show an example of one of the things that's coming out of the strategic planning effort. This is the service portfolio that we're working on for the co-chairs This is one of the service portfolios that we've been developing. If you're familiar with the Monitoring Council strategic plan, this should look pretty familiar to you. Frankly, for the co-chair, a lot of this could be lifted and moved over in its entirety. This is just an example of the work that's coming out, and you see some question marks in there because obviously this is a draft and we're still working on it. But this is the kind of work that we're pulling together, and we're looking forward to being able to get feedback and input from your agencies, especially as we move out of things like the service portfolio and into the project portfolio, where we're really going to identify the various projects and programs that are important to the agencies. The reason why I wanted to show this co-chair service portfolio is so that the committee has some information as kind of background for my next slide, which is to note that we have a co-chair nomination that we are in the process of pursuing. Specifically, the California Wetland Monitoring Workgroup project charter identifies 3 co-chairs. One is from a federal agency, which is Melissa Shiani with US EPA. One is from a state agency, which I'm currently holding. And one is for an NGO science support organization, and that one is vacant. I want to recognize and extend my sincere thanks to Dr. Josh Collins, who held that co-chair position for years and was really key to the success of the work group. He has since retired, and so we're left with a vacancy on our co-chair. We have been doing some outreach to various people that we thought would be appropriate to fill in on that co-chair role, but we also have been, we sent out a solicitation for nominees. If you are, and I would request and invite the Monitoring Council members to consider a nomination for this work group. Nominations should be submitted to Melissa Shiani or myself. We're looking to get these nominations by June 3rd. Again, we have established a steering committee to assist us with selecting the final candidate. And we anticipate that once those nominations are in, we should be able to make a decision within a fairly short period of time. So again, we're looking for nominations. Please send them to Melissa or I. When you send them, when you send the email, please include the subject line CWMW NGO co-chair nomination. That way we know what it is that we're looking at, and we can make sure that we don't miss that email. So that concludes my overall presentation. Again, this is really just a high-level overview of some of the key things that we're working on administratively. Are there any additional questions?
Doesn't look like it, Paul. Thanks
Okay.
a lot for coming in and giving us this update last minute.
Yeah, absolutely. Happy to do it. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Awkward for me.
There you go. I've stopped sharing.
Thank you.
All right, thanks.
All right, with that, we can move on to item 6. Like I said before, at the beginning of the meeting, we were intended to have a larger swamp item after lunch, but luckily we were able to get Alicia Wenzel, who is the Central Valley Water Board's regional swamp staff person, and she's agreed to give us a little bit of information on the work that they've done regarding their post-fire monitoring. Alicia, do you have slides that you want to present, or?
Yeah, I have a few very
Okay.
simple slides that I threw together.
Great, then let me stop sharing.
Okay. Yeah, so I threw this together really quickly, but I just thought it's always nice to have some pictures to look at. So I was just going to talk briefly about some of the work that we've done in the Central Valley region. A lot of this isn't necessarily swamp monitoring, but I've kind of been involved in different efforts. So especially starting in 2018 with the car and campfire, our region has tried to get out and do more of this type of monitoring, especially coordinating with some of the water board staff that are doing the emergency response and initial assessments. So working with them to identify areas that they think we need water quality data, and then try to get out there and collect samples. So I mentioned, so we did monitoring on the car fire and campfire in 2018. There was also monitoring for the North Complex. And then most recently, Caldor Fire and Dixie Fire. Limited efforts to collect data. Our monitoring objectives, for the most part, have been pretty simple. And one of the main drivers is just to kind of respond to health concerns from local agencies and the public, particularly about their drinking water, or there anything toxic coming off of these fires. We also try to look at more broadly, just, water quality impacts. And one of the things that I'd really like to do better, the question we often get is, BMP effectiveness for these fires. So these are just a couple of pictures from the Caldor Fire in the Grizzly Flats area before and after the first rain event. This pretty small drainage, not perennial, but you can see that quite a lot of water moved through that system. Some of the challenges is, and this will kind of continue on from some of the discussions this morning. We generally have a pretty short time frame for planning and getting out to implement monitoring after the fires. Currently, there's no dedicated funding, and we have limited resources, so we have to be pretty adaptive. A lot of these fires are in pretty remote locations and can be, several hours from our offices, which makes things complicated. And there's also safety concerns for staff going out to these areas, particularly during rainfall events and while there's cleanup and hazard tree activities going on. And unfortunately, there's pretty limited baseline data for comparison. So we'd have to use nearby watersheds or other data sets. I'm sorry, my computer seems to have frozen. Maybe I'll just keep talking and see if it catches up. So as far as what we've been able to monitor, I know what we've done and what a number of the regional water boards have done is looked at, I think it was a 2009 monitoring plan put out by SCORP for Southern California, which is pretty, comprehensive, kind of going over some of the different monitoring questions and things to be monitored. With our limited resources, we've pretty much just gone out and done grab sampling. And for most of the fires, we have tried to target runoff events as much as we can. So looking at metals, nutrients, some common minerals. And then when we have funding available, we've also done some more targeted monitoring for things like PAHs and toxicity. Hopefully you guys can still hear me as I keep talking into the void.
We can hear you.
Okay. Just, look at this lovely picture. And what we found, I know what Jack Webster talked about this morning. So we do see elevated metals coming off of most of the fire areas. Often those levels are pretty consistent with what we see just general storm events, even in non-fire areas. We did see some low levels of PAHs, particularly in the campfire area. But in general, we don't see like these huge health concerns that everyone was afraid of. So I know going forward, we've been having a lot of discussions about, what's more valuable, for our time and resources, to really kind of, think about what our monitoring questions and objectives should be. And I know, like for swamp, we really want to look at more watershed level impacts and long-term recovery and cumulative impacts. So I know Shuka will be sending out that update. The water boards did get some federal grant money to look at the 2018 fires, and that's going towards bioassessment, as well as some toxicity work, which will be really interesting. And going forward, I know the statewide bioassessment program is, planning to kind of adapt to do more of that type of work. And, in the Central Valley region, we've also started to set aside some resources so that we can contribute and expand on that. And yeah, I'd be interested in, discussion or thoughts on, what's the most valuable things, we can go out and do, particularly thinking about the emergency response group. I know one of the things I've kind of recommended is, instead of trying to go capture what's in the water, could we go out and just, collect ash samples and look more broadly at, the range of things that are there before we, try to capture them in a grab sample. I don't know. I think that's about all I'd have to say. I don't know if there's any questions or thoughts, discussion.
Hi, Alicia. This is Grant. Thanks for the presentation. One question I have when thinking about post-fire monitoring is how long do you monitor? And I don't know if some of the research is addressing that question, but I think, depending on, where the fire happens and what areas burn, I suppose that could vary greatly, but that would be one important question, I think, to help answer is how long do you monitor after a fire for impacts? Thank you.
Yeah, and I know, so I mentioned that the 2018 monitoring with the federal grant money. So I think they're going to be able to collect data. I think they're collecting their last monitoring year is this year. So it will be like 5 years after the fire. So I think that'll be a really interesting data set. And yeah, as Terry said, it was a one-time thing, but I'm really interested to see what we can learn from that and, kind of use that to inform what we do for other fires. And I guess I should also mention, I know for a lot of these fires, there are really neat work groups that come together, to kind of talk about monitoring and, encourage interagency coordination, but I don't know that information gets shared more broadly often, like in groups like this. And I think that'd be really valuable to kind of look more at the lessons learned from all these different fires. And if there's just general guidance that we could give out on what to do.
Can I add that I think your question makes it really clear that it's important to have long-term monitoring. Swamp has their bioassessment program, which is sort of the foundation for some of the wildfire watershed management type monitoring that we had proposed as a potential for funding, whereby we have, this probabilistic set of samples across the state that allow us to have comparison data. And then of course there needs to be, fire specific response type monitoring. And your question's well taken. How long do you continue to monitor? But I think the statewide baseline is a part of that.
So actually, this brings up a couple of things for me, but what I was thinking about, so we talked earlier today about, well, we don't have like a strike force or something a plan to attack, to monitor wildfires, but because they're unplanned. But we do plan prescribed burns
And it seems like then those are microscopic compared to some of these catastrophic wildfires. But, you know, there's an opportunity to look at to make comparisons between burned and unburned and some, you know, some conditions anyhow would present themselves. The other thing I've been thinking about, because I was contacted by a scientist at Fish and Wildlife, who it sounds like she's doing an ad hoc study of burn, a wildfire, downstream effects, looking for biological indicators in streams, because the fire retardants that are used in fairly large quantities and very concentrated are actually very nutrient rich, lots of phosphorus in those retardants. And so the downstream effects of wildfire fighting could be really significant to very specific watersheds and small watersheds, likely, maybe even beaver dams. I'm gonna think about beavers as soon as. So those are just actually a couple of comments, but it seems like coordination with I mean, you already identified it. There are other agencies that are not in this room, particularly CAL FIRE, but also Fish and Wildlife, that would be really good to coordinate with when thinking about how to approach this, the water quality changes that happen.
No, Mark, I just wanted to add on to your comments that I actually had the opportunity to look at some areas that were impacted by the Dixie Fire last weekend, and it was interesting driving through some of the areas. You could still see a pink coating over trees and the ground cover, and it's been not quite a year since the Dixie Fire, but so it seems like some of the firefighting methods are pretty persistent in the environment, to the point where it's still very visible. And so I guess a question I asked about how long do you monitor it, it's probably a function of, well, how persistent are some of these impacts, and including some of the methods used to fight the fires. Something else to think about.
Nick, can I add something? Grant, I like what you said about the long-term monitoring, because I think we're going to see some things decrease as they flush out, but as materials, debris is left there and it breaks down and weathers with UV light, and you might see an increase in other things over time, particularly plastics and associated contaminants. That stuff's just left out there, so.
Thanks, everybody. Thanks, Alicia.
You're welcome. Thanks, everyone.
We're a little bit behind schedule. Sorry about that. But great conversation. The next item is being led by Helen Fatanides, our council member representing citizen monitoring groups or community monitoring groups.
Hey, everyone. So I'm Helen. I'm the Water Quality Program Manager for Sierra Streams Institute. We are a nonprofit organization located in Nevada City in the Sierra foothills. And Alex is our data manager. She's here today, and we'll be presenting together about fire impacts on water quality in 3 northern Sierra watersheds. So I'll introduce the 3 fires that we and our partners monitored, and then Alex will go over the data analysis that we did and the results, and we'll have time for questions at the end. So first, a big thank you to our partners at the South Yuba River Citizens League Circle, Carl Ronning, Aaron Zettlerman, and Kyle McNeil, and to Griffin Perea at the Central Valley Water Board. We all went out during storms to monitor creeks and waterways within and around the burn scars, and our partners here were kind enough to contribute their results and some analyses to this presentation. And this photo shows collaboration in action. This is Alex on the left and Kyle from Circle on the right. We haven't yet been out in the field with the Central Valley Water Board, but hopefully that's just a matter of time. So some context here, and really reflecting what everyone has said so far today, just that California is experiencing increasing fire severity and frequency. 4 million acres burned in 2020, and in 2021, the Dixie and Caldor fires were the first fires in California history to hop in the crest of the Sierras. So this is a topic of increasing importance to all of us, and it really came home to us at Sierra Streams Institute in 2020 when we lost our office and lab to one of the fires that we'll be talking about in this presentation. So the first fire I'll introduce you to is the river fire, which burned 2,619 acres along Bear River in 10 days last August 2021. And most of that acreage burned in the first afternoon and the evening of the fire, and it destroyed 142 structures. So Sierra Streams Institute had been monitoring sites in this area until about 2016. And so we were able to restart sampling at 2 of our previous sites, one just above the burn scar, site 5, and one just below, site 6. So it was helpful to have this pre-fire data, but we weren't monitoring during storms back in 2016. So what we can infer from that data is still a little bit limited. But you'll notice later on when Alex is showing graphs that the river fire graphs include data from back in 2016. So after the fire, we started sampling at these sites again on October 1st, 2021, with the big wave of storms that we had, and we monitored 4 storms that month. We looked at bacteria, turbidity, dissolved oxygen, nutrients, conductivity, and pH, and those were all things that we were able to do in-house kind of at the last minute. The second fire we'll talk about is the Jones Fire, which burned 705 acres along Rush Creek, a tributary to the South Yuba River, and that happened over 12 days in August 2020. 21 structures were destroyed in that fire. An interesting note is that the Grass Valley air attack dropped 96,000 gallons of fire retardant on the first day of this fire, which was more than they had used in total in the previous year. And it was pretty high stakes because it was burning very close to Nevada City. It was actually this fire that took our office and lab. And this fire actually had the lowest average fire severity. So the South Yuba River Citizens League, or CIRCLE, monitored from September 2020 through September 21, a total of 6 sites and 7 storms. So you can see in the map, the Rush Creek sites represent different drainages within the Rush Creek subwatershed. And then one site on the South Yuba served as the upstream control, that's YR49. And then the other 2 Yuba sites were sampled to see how potential pollutants from Rush Creek and the burn scar would dissipate into the South Yuba River. And CIRCLE looked at heavy metals, fire retardant constituents, including phosphate and ammonia, bacteria, turbidity, and dissolved oxygen. And lastly, the third fire we're looking at is the North Complex Fire, which was the result of a number of fires in Plumas National Forest that converged. This was the 6th largest fire in California modern history. It burned over 300,000 acres over 3.5 months, and close to 2,500 structures were destroyed. This fire had a lot of pockets of high severity and had the highest fire severity score of all 3 of these fires. The Central Valley Water Board monitored 6 sites during 6 rain events from November 2020 to April 2021. And they looked at turbidity, conductivity, DO, pH, bacteria, minerals and solids, nutrients, metals, and polyaromatic hydrocarbons. Their sites were in different subwatersheds within the burn scar, and then they had one site that was downstream of Lake Oroville. And one thing you may notice is that we all monitored for different parameters. There were some overlap, but the differences made data analysis difficult when we wanted to look at all 3 of these together. And one of our main takeaways is something that was talked about earlier as well, that we should have a conversation about standardizing methods now so that when we need to go out next time, we can have more comparable data. So I'm going to pass it off to Alex now, who will walk us through how we looked at the monitoring data that we and our partners collected.
Okay. Hi, my name is Alex. Like Helen said, I'm data manager for SSI. So our main questions for this meta-analysis were just basically like, how do these fires affect water quality in these watersheds? So from looking at other meta-analyses in the literature, we targeted the questions of how long after fires are we going to see a spike in water quality parameters, and how does fire severity influence water quality? Okay, so on this slide, you're seeing graphs from two different prior published meta-analysis of wildfires on watersheds. Rust et al. 2018 compared 153 burned watersheds across the US to see the effect of, it was a meta-analysis, so it took other studies understanding how fires impacting water quality. So in the first study, which where all the graphs are from, we see a hydrograph as the first plot, and then 3 other plots showing total phosphorus, nitrate, and total iron concentrations over time. And the green line represents the date of the fire. So overall, this paper saw that there's a big post-fire flush in nitrate, phosphate, and iron and other metals that correlates with storms. So that's what we would expect to see in our meta-analysis. And in the Rust et al. 2019 paper, which is on the bottom, they also saw that as fire severity increase, we could expect nutrient loads and metals to also be higher in these flushes. So the next slide shows the main bread and butter of this giant meta-analysis. This is an ordination model, and I'll walk you through what's happening here. Each point represents all of the water quality data collected at each sampling event for each watershed or each burn scar. So the closer the data points are to each other, the more similar the collective water quality data was to each other. And the polygons group the data by which fire it was in. So the big gray one is the Jones fire, the blue one is the river fire, and the red one is the North Complex fire. And what's immediately striking is that the Jones fire, even though it was the smallest at 700 or so acres, and had the lowest fire severity, it had the most variable water quality compared to the North Complex, which burned at 300,000 acres and had the highest pockets of fire severity compared to the other two. And the blue arrow you're seeing that says days since fire, the start of that arrow is the date of containment for each fire. And as time moves on, we move down the arrow, or I guess up the arrow in this case. And we can see that at the beginning, there's definitely some sort of immediate post-fire similarities between all of the water quality data. And as the arrow goes on, these fires become more and more different and more variable. And we did the same ordination model, just with the North Complex and Jones fire, because those were also tested for heavy metal concentrations, whereas SSI didn't test the burn scar of the river fire for heavy metals. And as you can also see, again, the Jones fire becomes a lot more variable the farther it gets from the date of containment. So this is a graph that Circle made for the report of their Jones fire study. And you can see ammonia, phosphate, and total phosphorus concentrations at each of their sampling dates. And they targeted these particulates because they are all found in fire retardant. And as Helen said, a lot of fire retardant was dropped on Rush Creek compared to previous years. So they saw definite spikes, as we predicted in the previous papers, both at the November 18th sampling date and the September 2nd sampling date. So, but what's interesting is that none of these particulates, ammonia, phosphate, or total phosphorus, were found and none of them surpassed the critical threshold of concern. So even though we do see spikes, nothing was of major concern. They all are below the set standards. So I'll go through each parameter on its own graph. So the first one is phosphate levels in days since fire. And I will say that for each parameter that overlapped between these three water quality studies, I did a stepwise regression and a linear regression to understand which of the environmental factors like fire severity or days since fire had the biggest effect on each parameter. So then we'll go for each parameter of note. So the first one, phosphate, which we're concerned about because it's found in fire retardant. It's also found in runoff. So we tend to see spikes of it anyway during storms, even without fires. This graph is the Jones and river fire phosphate levels in days since fire. And the reason why the river fire looks a little funky is because we were also testing 2016, 2017. So that's many negative 1,000 days before the date of containment. So phosphate for both fires didn't exceed the standard for set for phosphate, at least by Circle and SSI, though we did see a spike during the November storms. And then for ammonia, as the Circle data showed, the North Complex also didn't see any ammonia exceeding the numerical action standard. So we definitely did see some sort of peak, and it is interesting that these ammonia, it does peak a bit later than phosphate, which might have to do with what's already occurring with the storm. It's hard to attribute these things directly to the fire because we don't have pre-fire storm data for these water quality spots either. But yeah, days since fire definitely played some sort of impact on ammonia levels. So this slide, it's very busy, but I'll walk you through it. Each graph shows fire severity's impact on a different parameter. So the first one is nitrate levels, the second is connectivity levels, the third is iron, and the fourth is aluminum. And what we saw was that fire severity did have some sort of impact on all of these parameters, but not as we would expect with the previous research. The Jones fire, even though it had the lowest fire severity, actually had the highest nitrate, connectivity, iron, and aluminum levels, and the highest range, which shows that maybe fire severity isn't as strong an indicator, or at least we need a lot more data to really figure out this trend. What's also interesting is that the sampling sites within the burn scar had higher levels of all four of these parameters than below, which I think implies that, when we're trying to test water quality after these burns, it's important to have a really well-rounded sampling throughout the area, because we don't always know. It's not always making it to the bottom site that we're setting, as much as that would simplify things. So I'll walk through each of these sites or parameters one by one. This graph shows average nitrate level for each fire over time, and nitrate level did not exceed the set standard, though we definitely did see a very big spike for the Jones fire. And the North Complex and the river fire had, comparable nitrate level spikes. The next one is connectivity, which also didn't exceed the set standard, but the standard varies between 500 and 700 microsiemens per centimeter. And so these were also below numerical action levels. But again, the Jones fire, as we saw in the big graph slide, had the highest peak of connectivity. And for iron was our first parameter to exceed set standard for aquatic life, and the Jones fire exceeded the standard almost 6 months later after the date of containment, which indicates a need for continuous monitoring, as we've already mentioned in this conference. But one thing to note is that when Circle looked at this data, they couldn't directly attribute these high metal spikes to the fire because again, they didn't have pre-fire data. So all that this could also just be what Rush Creek, the tributary they tested on, just looks like during these fires. It's a really impacted tributary. There's a road that runs through it. So, you know, a point for more continuous long-term data collection. And same for aluminum. Both the North Complex fire and the Jones fire saw exceedances in this parameter. And this is a graph for that Circle made again from their report, just comparing these peaks from each of their sites. And you can see that, you know, the fire was back in September, but they both peaked in March. So it's not as quick as you would expect. And next graph is E. coli levels in days since fire. And it's split between the Jones fire, the North Complex, and the river fire against days since the fire. And the relationship between fire severity and days since fire wasn't as strong as the other parameters. The R value wasn't as high, so which tends to mean that there was, you know, still a lot of variance. But we did see, you know, spikes both in the Jones fire and the river fire that exceeded the set standard of 320 MPN, and MPN stands for most probable number of E. coli colonies. So we can't directly contribute this to the fire, since at least for the Bear River, since the Bear River tends to see spikes in E. coli anyway during storm levels, but, you know, interesting to look at. And bacteria, also from Circle, you can see that, yeah, it took about a month for the E. coli to start spiking, and it kept up for another sampling date and then drifted off. So the final graph for this presentation is turbidity, which is interesting because you would expect with, you know, fire input or, you know, post-fire input into a watershed during a storm, the turbidity would be affected, but we didn't see any statistical significant impact on turbidity. In fact, the Bear River has really elevated levels of turbidity back in 2017, higher than any of the post-fire water turbidity levels for the other burns. So it's hard to attribute it to that. So some takeaways. Again, this meta-analysis could have been made stronger with more long-term continuous data. And in general, I think promoting cross-regional data sharing would be helpful, because, you know, fire is going to affect the foothill region in California in general for many years to come. So being able to understand what other people are seeing and the spikes that they're expecting, I think would be helpful. And we also saw that fire severity and fire size are not necessarily the strongest predictors of water quality, though again, we need more data to really make that conclusion. And, you know, we also, as Helen mentioned, some sort of statewide post-fire water sampling standard would be helpful. All three of these organizations collected each parameter differently with different instruments. So it makes comparing everything not super accurate. So having, you know, standardized methods would be great. And finally, I think this presentation, along with many others, has really hammered in the importance of long-term continuous monitoring so that we can compare these watersheds across every condition, like post-fire, pre-fire, storm, regular, drought year, wet year. Yeah, there's a lot of things that are going to be impacting the water quality data. Okay, any questions?
Yeah, with that, we'll take any questions.
Thanks, Helen. Thanks, Alex. I'm not seeing any questions online or in the room, but I'm seeing applause from Eric Burrs. I think, yeah, what you guys presented, it just adds on to what we saw earlier and some of the questions we've already been discussing during the day, and kind of re-emphasizes the need for better direction across the board on what we should be monitoring for, how we should be monitoring, and the need for not only post-fire monitoring, but pre-fire monitoring across the board. So I appreciate you guys taking the time and sharing with us what you've collected so far.
Thank you.
I don't really have a question. This is Mark, Mark Starr, not CDFA, CDPH. Just a comment, and maybe I should have brought this up this morning, but our drinking water radiation lab, same lab that's doing the wastewater testing, also has done a couple projects. It's not related to runoff, but it's related to the drinking water systems contaminants post-fire, and with folks at the Water Board and the Division of Drinking Water. And the most recent one, I think, was, or probably the main one, was done after the campfire. And I think they identified about 95 volatile organics or semi-volatile organics in a particular part of the distribution system that had been impacted. I don't know exactly where, but the one main block of contaminants that were identified were appeared to be related to burning of the pipes, basically. And our lab did some experiments of combusting PVC pipes and I can't remember the other material, polyethylene maybe, I think, and found, you know, those same byproducts when they did experiments in the lab that were also found in the field. But they also found byproducts of combustion from the environment, whether it's household waste or biomass that had somehow gotten into the drinking water, presumably because of suction, aspiration, loss of pressure. I don't know if you guys are familiar with this project, probably, but anyway, this is kind of interesting findings. So the impacts to the drinking water system itself, and as a result of post-fire intrusion in one, as well as burning of the delivery system pipes. So FYI more than anything. I think it was published late last year, early this year. I could find the link and send it to you if you want.
Yeah, that'd be great. And
already.
I know Andrew was talking earlier about some studies that the Division of Drinking Water is conducting, and, you know, potentially maybe following up later on in the year with some of their findings, similar, where they went out and they're burning pipes to see what's occurring from that directly. So thanks, Mark. With that, transition to item 8, which, Steve, I don't know if do you have slides that you'd like to share? Or
I don't have
Okay.
slides to do the introduction,
Great.
but we will have some slides from Susie.
Great. Yeah.
Maybe while you're pulling up those slides, I'll give a short introduction to this topic. One of the things that the council did a number of years ago was to kind of shift the mentality from essentially trying to take programs that have been going on for a long time and trying to synchronize them to looking at things that were kind of more forward-looking, horizon scanning, and how can we get ahead of programs that are getting started. And one of the things that we agreed is that we're going to see a lot more in the way of molecular methods being developed and used in monitoring programs. And let's put together a molecular methods work group to synchronize those methodologies and get people working together so we don't have to do it after the fact. That group has been incredibly successful. They routinely have on the order of 100 people showing up at their meetings. It has a nice cross-section of people who work within, say, the state board and other government agencies, research institutions, and even at other places that are really the users of that information. But most of the things that they've been working on to date have been focused on methodology. How do I synchronize methodology? Goes, how do I collect the samples? How do I process the samples? How do I deal with the data that comes out and store that data and interpret that data? And it gets pretty complex with the data because you get a whole bunch of big data sets. I serve as the liaison from the council to that committee. And one of the things that I charge the committee to do is to start thinking about a transition from, okay, you've got the methods getting pretty standardized now. What are we going to actually use them for? eDNA in particular is one of those things that is really at the precipice of transitioning from the research laboratory into the application side. And I said, I'd like you all to come back at the next council meeting and tell us what are the applications that you think would be the best applications. And I see this next discussion, this next item as a great discussion, because these are the technical people who know kind of what they're capable of. But this is the group, the council, that really understands how you could actually use that. And so I see this as really the start of a transition. The things that we like, we can now task them to go back and say, okay, how would it work if you really want to do that application? How can we make those applications start? Because I feel like we kind of need some demonstrations of the utilities of these. As it turns out, we've also been approached by a foundation that said, we really want to see this transition take place. And so if we here at the council can identify some applications that we think will really be used for management applications, it's also possible we'll be able to get some funding to get to the molecular methods workgroup to start helping with that implementation. So the end product of this discussion, I think, well, you're going to hear two parts. One, Susie's going to present, the committee came up with 5 applications that they think are reasonable, that will have management value and are doable on their end. So we have to kind of give feedback. So you'll hear hers and then we have to give feedback, which we think are the best that we should really invest. And I will go back to the foundation and say, here's what the council came up with. See if they have interest. So with that, Susie.
Yeah.
Tell us 5 things.
Okay, great. Thanks, Steve. That was a great setup. And I'm grateful for the opportunity to talk about these demonstration projects. And I think, as Steve mentioned, the feedback from the council will just be really valuable for us to identify which of these are really addressing some of the most pressing monitoring and management needs. So as a bit of a setup, there are a couple of key things that each of these 5 demonstration projects, I would say, have in common. They are all bringing together DNA researchers and a diverse group of environmental managers and agency members. So that's something much like the makeup of the molecular methods workgroup. We love to have like a diverse group of voices coming together to work on these projects, because I really think that helps us fine tune how these different methods are being applied. Each of these different demonstration projects also has the ability to leverage existing monitoring efforts to include an eDNA component or expand an eDNA component. And so I think that's a real advantage of a lot of these is we can hit the ground running with a number of these projects. There's infrastructure already in place that we can layer an eDNA component on top of. And then lastly, I think they do a really nice job as, we're calling them demonstration projects, and they really do demonstrate the utility and value add of eDNA data. So what is eDNA offering us that we didn't have access to before? So that's what I think is really a key component of these different demonstration projects. So as Steve mentioned, some of the key things I'm hoping you all can keep in mind that we love to hear from you is which of these projects helps to address the most urgent monitoring or management need? Are there any projects that you didn't see here that you would like to propose? And of course, if any of these projects seem like they'd be really valuable to you or your agency and you want to reach out and work with us on them, please let me know. I'd love to hear that as well. Okay, so the first project that I'll tell you about is building up an eDNA monitoring program for detecting invasive chlorpa algae. So some of you may be aware that we've had a problem with invasive algae species Chlorpa prolifera in Newport Bay in 2021 and 2022. It was recently just mitigated. There was a removal effort just last month. And now the action team that's been assembled to address this invasive algae that can come into an area and just completely wipe out all of the native species that are there, including eelgrass, which you can see in this picture from the 2021 invasion, where it was dominating an area and really outcompeting the eelgrass. And it can be really disruptive in that way. So there's an action team that's been assembled, but they rely on visual surveys and visual identification of this chlorpa. So you're really straddling this idea of you have to be be in the right place at the right time in order to detect it. And of course, we want to have tools that are highly sensitive and can detect an invasion as soon as it occurs. So we've been working with this action team to try and develop an eDNA approach for monitoring for this invasive caulerpa. And what we've been doing with them so far is developing a quantitative PCR assay for being able to sensitively and accurately detect this caulerpa in waters. We have some preliminary water samples that were collected to try and better understand how caulerpa eDNA persists in the environment. How long will it hang around after a species been eradicated? At what sorts of concentrations can we reliably detect it in the water column? And all of that is helping us build out some predictive models so we can better design a long-term monitoring program that incorporates an eDNA component. So the value add here for using eDNA is we can detect it, super non-invasively at really low concentrations, really sensitively, and you don't necessarily have to be in the right place at the right time to visually identify it. You can be identifying it from a water column sample. There's a lot of great folks involved in this effort already on the action team, including the Santa Ana Regional Board and NOAA and SPERP. And so really here is a great opportunity to layer in that eDNA component and get some more sensitive, accurate, and rapid screening tools. Okay, staying on the algae theme, our second demonstration project that we talked about in the molecular methods work group, there was a lot of excitement about layering on an eDNA component to some existing marine harmful algal bloom monitoring that happens. So a similar idea here where we're looking to use eDNA to give us more rapid assessment, more sensitive assessment, and be able to discriminate among species that we have a hard time identifying morphologically or with microscopy. So one of the key problems is that, of course, we want to be able to monitor for harmful algae before these bloom events happen. We want to know sometimes when toxin production is potentially going to kick on and when we can implement some management actions to helpfully mitigate one of these bloom events. A lot of our current methods rely on visual surveys, which sometimes we have cryptic species complexes or they're morphologically somewhat ambiguous. And sometimes if an organism is in rare abundance, it's difficult to, again, kind of be in the right place at the right time to capture it and identify it visually. So here with eDNA, we already have crews that are going out and sampling on a regular basis to collect water samples for nutrient analyses and toxin analyses, but sometimes you don't always know all the different toxins that you should be screening for based on which different species are present in your sample. So what DNA sequencing can offer us here is the ability to get that whole portfolio of the biodiversity of the different harmful algal species present in an environment, which helps us fine tune which toxins we're. Then we can also be using something like quantitative PCR or digital PCR to identify which toxin producers are present, again, at lower concentrations than we can reliably detect with visual surveys. And then we can even begin to target some of these toxin production genes so we know when that toxin production gets turned on. As I mentioned, there's already a great crew of folks, both from SCOOS, the Southern California Coastal Ocean Observing Program, NOAA, SQUIRP, a lot of the regional water boards. There are peer-based sampling efforts in Newport and down in Scripps. And as I said, there are teams already going out there and collecting water samples on a regular basis. And so with eDNA, all you really need is another bottle of water that you filter down, and then you can analyze for a number of these different target organisms. So a really great opportunity here to capitalize on that added species resolution and sensitivity from DNA assays. Okay, the third demonstration project is focused on improving our ability to assess kelp forests and build up different bioassessment indicators for assessing the general health of species that are associated with kelp beds. So one of the problems that we have when we want to be monitoring for kelp beds and their the condition of the biological communities that are associated with kelp beds, we often are forced again to rely on visual surveys, and maybe it's scuba teams that are going out there and identifying which species of fish or populations are supported by these kelp beds. Management action, therefore, requires a really comprehensive picture of the marine biodiversities and the fisheries that are supported by these kelp ecosystems, and we're really limited in our ability to visually survey all of the different organisms that might be supported by these kelp beds. So here, again, we're offering a solution that layers on an eDNA component to a number of monitoring of these kelp beds that is already happening through partnerships with the West Coast Ocean Alliance and the dashboard that they're developing for kelp monitoring, as well as some EPA-supported projects that we have for routine kelp monitoring to establish how they're supporting different functional diversity metrics. And so here again, we have crews that are going out and they're visually surveying these kelp beds and their extent. And here we would be collecting additional water eDNA samples and screening it for the different zooplankton or fish species that are present in these environments, and getting a better, more comprehensive capture of the biodiversity that's being supported by these different kelp environments. I've included just a snapshot here of a recent paper that came out that was comparing the number of fish species that get identified using some visual surveys versus using eDNA for kelp monitoring and assessment. And you can see that across the board, we're getting better species, capturing more richness in species using an eDNA approach instead of these visual surveys. So here again, we're using eDNA to help us get a better snapshot, biodiversity supported by these kelp ecosystems, which will help us get more comprehensive assessment of how these kelp beds are supporting their local biological communities. Okay, our fourth demonstration project that we have is helping us to design better estuary bioassessment tools. So in estuaries, we can be, again, really limited by the identification of a number of our benthic macroinvertebrate communities, which can sometimes be difficult or imprecise when we're relying on microscopy. And as is the case often with these morphological identifications, sometimes the turnaround between collecting the sample and getting that taxonomic data can be really long. And so we're looking for opportunities to make the identifications more rapid so that we can have more timely assessments of the benthic macroinvertebrates and the biological communities in these estuarine environments. Also, with relying on visual IDs, if we're talking about some of this fish species or different commercial taxa or potentially invasive or endangered taxa of concern, again, you're relying on a visual identification, so it's right place at the right time in order to capture them and identify them in the estuary. So we're really limited in what we're able to see there. So by layering in an eDNA component, we would actually be targeting two different portions of our sampling in the estuarine environment. So by looking at the sediment eDNA, we can better improve our benthic macroinvertebrate monitoring, help us refine some of our bioassessment tools, and again, just generate some of that taxonomic data more quickly and more sensitively and more reliably by using DNA. And then likewise, if we're collecting water eDNA, we get a better snapshot of the total biodiversity that's present in those estuarine environments and things like fishery stock assessment. And we can just do that much more comprehensively when we're targeting water eDNA using DNA sequencing. For this project, we would be partnering again with a number of existing monitoring programs through the Estuary MPA monitoring program and a number of the sampling that happens both through Cal Coffee and the BITE regional monitoring programs. So again, we have great opportunity here where field crews are already going out and sampling, and adding in this DNA component will really just be a great way of better capturing the biodiversity that's supported in these environments. Okay, last one. Okay, so now we're really pushing the envelope on what DNA is enabling us to do from a monitoring perspective. So the last proposed demonstration project is to develop species-specific rapid screening tools. And this is using a novel technology that's been spearheaded by UC Davis and the Department of Water Resources, which is called CRISPR or SHERLOC. And SHERLOC stands for Specific High Sensitivity Enzymatic Reporting Unlocking. But what it really means is that we have these really rapid tools that work almost like a pregnancy test. You can have a lateral flow assay, or it can even just be like a fluorescence assay, where we can go and we design these different metrics or these different tools that are able to identify organisms that are otherwise often really difficult to determine visually. So things like delta smelt or longfin smelt, if we have a hard time being able to discriminate, especially juvenile populations based on morphology. If we have a rapid screening method that you can use in the field where it literally is just, you can swab an organism, you don't even have to perform a DNA extraction, and then you're using this assay that you've designed that's species specific that'll light up for the presence of the organism there. This tool has great potential for being tailored for a number of different invasive or endangered taxa or species of concern. It could be used for fisheries assessment. And so there's really, the world is your oyster. Like for this one, I know that it's now being, there are zebra mussel assays that have been designed as well. So there's just great potential to apply this novel tool to a number of different species of concern. already teams with DWR, CDFW, and Mbari are working on deploying this throughout the San Francisco Bay Estuary. I know that they're interested in doing it in some of the coastal systems in Southern California as well. And so there's kind of a growing effort to design some of these species-specific tools so we could have really rapid screening for species of concern. Okay. That was all 5 of the potential demonstration projects that have been brought forth by the Molecular Methods Workgroup. I think they all have great potential and really do offer us that ability to see the value add and address some of our key monitoring questions that we may have so far been limited in with some of our more traditional approaches. And so this is when I'd love to hear from all of you, which of these 5 projects do you think help us to address some of the most urgent management needs? Was there anything we missed here? And just any feedback on how you think the development of some of these demonstration projects could really help some of our different agencies and their monitoring agendas. So I'd love to hear from all of you feedback on any of these 5 potential projects. Thanks.
And what we're looking for is anybody get excited by these? Any of them, all of them. I think the group is feeling like it's time to move from like studying how to do this to actually doing it. And I think some of these have very important potential management improvements, and they're all relatively cost effective because the recommendations the group came up with are all coupling it with existing programs. So they want feedback of which do they pursue.
There's a couple of hands in online, but I wanted to give the opportunity in the room first. So there. Go ahead, Mark.
I have a couple of questions, but to answer the question, I'm excited by number 2, as you might not be surprised by. Anyway, might not surprise you. And because CDPH monitors operates a shellfish safety program in California, and we do a lot of the visual assessments that were described with sampling phytoplankton in various areas, and we just look for the particular species that we know produce toxins. The most important ones are domoic acid and saxitoxin for 2 different types of poisoning. So firstly, I just say we'd love to be part of your list of partners if this goes forward, and because we have a network of volunteers that collect shellfish around the state, and we collect water samples. So we kind of go upstream from the shellfish, then we go to the shellfish, which are upstream from the consumers, who are us, who might get sick. So anyway, great project, and I think all of them really, taking off my public health hat, I think all of them sound great. I don't know, it'd be hard to pick.
Great.
I mean,
okay.
So it's such a great way to use DNA. My questions, 2 questions. One is sort of related to some of the things we talked about with wastewater monitoring. Is, initially it was presence or absence kind of tool, and then later on we looked at quantification. And so I have the kind of same question for some of these. Seems like you want to know not only is something present, but how much of it, whether it's invasive or endangered or whatever. I wondered if that's doable in these types of projects. I guess that's my main question.
Yeah, that is a great question. So thankfully for our single cellular organisms, we do a way better job of being able to quantify them. So for things like HABs, we can get sometimes absolute abundances and largely relative abundances that are really reflective of their populations in the environment. So yes, so we use quantitative approaches for harmful algal bloom monitoring. Things get a little trickier when we're talking about fish. And so often we're relying on relative abundances in some of our DNA metabarcoding reads, which are often highly correlated to absolute abundances in the wild, but we're not necessarily able to get to absolute abundance for those individual organisms, although we're getting closer and closer at being able to do that. So for harmful algal blooms, yes, we can get really close to absolute abundances. For things like fish, it's still, we're more reliant on relative abundances, but we're getting closer.
So I want to elaborate that and just make sure everybody on the council's on the same page. There's essentially 2 classes of techniques that the monitoring group has been working on. One is basically a sequencing approach. That's where you're looking at essentially all the DNA and kind of asking the question, what's there? And that's harder to get after the quantitative. But the other methods are polymerase chain reaction type methods where you're targeting to look for a specific strand of DNA and you can quantify how much of that is there. So when you say, I want to know, is this particular species there? You can get quantitative as to what happened with that species by targeting it. This molecular methods work group has been working on both approaches, standardizing both approaches. So maybe doing a project like the harmful algal blooms that looks at the sequencing to see the range of potential harmful algal blooms, and then saying maybe there's one particular one that you do the most management on, and we want to do the qPCR on that. That might be able to stay the kind of thing we could bring into both.
Okay, thanks.
So, like Mark, I find all of these from a interesting scientific perspective, all really valuable, and love to see them all done. So maybe just ask the foundation to fund them all. How about that?
I know. Same high, yeah.
But in terms of, so from the water board's perspective, the one that I keyed into was number 4. From the perspective of looking at effectiveness of mitigation that we require. And I may be mistaken, so please correct me if that's something that's not doable with those potential tools, but that's one that I both thought was good, but then also to expand it to other, outside of the marine environment would be my thought.
Okay, great. Karen, I think that's exactly the right type of application that we can apply this tool towards. So that's great.
Hey, Lorian and then Peter.
So in terms of outcome of this discussion, are we being asked to rank these?
You can, for sure, yes.
So I have a couple of, I have a question and a comment. One is corollary to Mark's comparison to wastewater-based epidemiology. So one thing we see with that, with SARS-CoV-2, of course, is that we're looking at the RNA of non-viable organisms or non-viable viruses that's coming out in wastewater. So is that applicable or an issue in any of these, that you're going to be able to see genetic material of organisms that aren't viable or living or present anymore? And how do you disambiguate?
Yeah, so being able to distinguish between living and dead organisms is a key consideration. So when we're looking at eDNA, it can definitely be both. So if we're looking at the DNA present in the water column, it can be cells that are just shed from an organism, so not necessarily living anymore. If we're looking at RNA, so similarly, when the example that I was giving of being able to look at genes that are turned on for transcription of toxin-producing genes. If you're looking at RNA, then there's a good chance that the organism is living and is actively transcribing that, because the RNA degrades really quickly in the environment. For eDNA, we know that we can be detecting DNA of both living and dead individuals. So it really depends on the research question that you're asking. We also, though, try and get at a sense of how long eDNA is persisting in the environment. And what that allows us to do then is model the expected detection of living versus dead organisms. So you begin to determine, okay, if I know that this eDNA on average persists approximately 3 days in this environment, then I know if I detected it, likely an organism was present here within the past 3 days or week or so. So we have ways of building confidence around these estimates for determining if it was from a living or a dead organism. And then sometimes we target directly genetic material like RNA that we are fairly positive is coming from a living organism. Does that help?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
And just a comment, at least from the wastewater perspective. So we are deeply involved in the looking at HABs, at least in the San Francisco Bay, and this all went down before I became involved. So I'm telling you secondhand, third hand, and I'm probably going to scramble this a bit, but ultimately they were tracking taxonomy of different algal species in the bay, and there was a time when it all shifted and everybody got looked around and said, oh, well, you know, we see a lot less of this kind of
Mhm.
species and a lot more of this other kind. And then it turned out that the staff had changed at the
Oh,
lab
yeah.
where the microscopy was going on. And so one person had been identifying what they were seeing as one species. And so it would be very helpful to get something more quantitative online so that wasn't an issue.
Yes, exactly. DNA allows you to remove some of those biases that we can sometimes see from morphological identifications. Okay, awesome.
That was a great presentation. I will second the comment that I think that these are all great projects. And I was actually wondering, is this a finite list, or are there additional projects that you would be interested in hearing about potentially?
If you have other ideas that you didn't see here, we'd love to hear them.
All right, I have a very San Diego centric one, but as you probably know, San Diego is about to implement the Pure Water program, where we have a reservoir that is currently a blend of Colorado River water and state project water.
Yeah.
And in a couple of years, when Pure Water comes online, it's going to become completely filled with pure water, which is much cleaner than many of the natural water sources. And we are very interested to understand how that's going to change the biology of the reservoir.
Okay.
So this would be kind of like the kelp assessment that you're talking about, like a pre-assessment of before pure water enters the reservoir to understand what the population structure is like now, afterwards.
Cool.
So I think that would be a really interesting study.
Okay. Yeah. Love that.
I'm going to say that's really interesting too.
Great. Okay. Another vote. Awesome. Great.
Before I turn it over to Mark Gold, who's got his hand up and being very patient, I wanted to, my vote doesn't really count, but I really found that if you're going to vote on these 5, I'd say 2, 4, and 5 seem to be the best projects, in my opinion. We've talked about that HABs quite a bit. I see that as a great beginning piece. If we can do that for the marine, then hopefully we could expand that inland as well, kind of be a pilot project to see what would be hopefully widely used in our freshwater harmful algal blooms program. The estuary assessment would be awesome too. It would help solidify the SQOs, and I see that's something that maybe the SMC might be interested in as well. And then the rapid assessment screening tool. I had a question about that. I was wondering, and one thing that wasn't included here is can that type of test or tool be utilized for something like, what I would find really valuable selfishly, and thinking about AB 1066 would be some sort of rapid screening tool for human genetic marker like bacteria, pathogens.
Yeah.
Like, that would really help public health.
Yeah.
Tell you if it's safe to swim somewhere that day rather than the next day or the day after. That would be really, really valuable to public health.
Yeah.
It really helps supplement not only our coastal beach monitoring, but also what could be our inland beach monitoring.
Okay. Yeah, definitely. I know that the technology has been applied for COVID testing as well. So we could definitely look into where people are using it for different pathogens or species of concern for humans. But in theory, yes.
But Nick, I may have biased the group a little bit in the charge that I gave them, in the sense that I felt like we wanted them to focus on things where the technology is not already being applied. And so the kind of thing that you're talking about, we're already using in beach monitoring. And it is a molecular method for sure, but it's kind of different than the molecular methods that are here. And I told them we really want something that's more, it's essentially a different type of application that really takes advantage of the eDNA. So that's why you don't see that one on the list.
Yeah, fair enough. I appreciate that.
I think a lot of these projects, though, we want to get them to that level that we have for beach water quality monitoring, where we're already using qPCR. So there's real potential here. Okay.
Mark Gold.
Thanks, Nick. Yeah, so this is weird for me, but I'm still going to do my best here. For the full disclosure, especially now, I think, I think a lot of people know, but my son's now employed by SWRP and Scripps working on these sorts of issues. That being said, that doesn't mean I still don't have very strong opinions on this work. And anyone who knows me would not be surprised. So sort of going through this on invasive caulerpa, I think the good news is, people have been working, with Fish and Wildlife, UCLA, et cetera, in doing that. And so from the standpoint of, even though I think it's super important, I think it's kind of almost there, if not there right now, to be able to be used for that purpose. So from the standpoint of a demonstration project, I wouldn't rank it that high, even though CALERPA is obviously one of those emergency response things that you get everybody on. On HAB, sort of a different spin than what you've been hearing. There have been a lot of researchers in a lot of areas looking at this. Rapid microscopy and machine learning is something that I think a lot of people have been doing. I think what would be super cool, and I know SQUIRP kind of excels at, is sort of comparison of methods.
Yeah.
And looking at eDNA in comparison to some of those other methods that are out there, I think would be really exciting. And to see, you know, which species sort of excels for which method, I think would be great to sort of look at that. On the kelp assessment side, I think that graph looked really familiar to me. But anyways, the gist of this, just to let people know, and I think it was alluded to, Susie, I think you brought it up a couple of times, but it's sort of like what we already have metabar coding for, so building the library. There's a lot we don't have. So like we have fishes of California, marine fishes, but we don't have like the most common inverts. And so that's something that's really super important. That would be a fundamental building block for both 3 and 4. And just so letting people know. So if you're thinking about, you know, all of those sorts of issues related to community structure, obviously you want to be able to detect, you know, not only presence absence, but getting a lot better, as you explained very well, Susie, is that we're sort of on the verge, I guess, of being able to quantify, and being able to have more than just fishes, I think is super important, and not just focusing on that. And so, so the good news for kelp and estuary is you can do fish right now, and it wouldn't be much of a struggle. But inverts, you know, I mean, it might take 3 to 6 months to sort of build up that library to get there. The good news is it doesn't take 5 years anymore, or 2 years anymore, but it can be done in that rapid. And then lastly, number 5, and I'm throwing this in there, and this is one I think that's really important for the at least the natural resources side of the state, is that you know, looking at a couple of things. One is you know, seeing how well abalone is doing, like where presence absence of abs, I think is a really big thing. And then also sea star recovery from sea star wasting disease and the heat waves. I think is huge. I mean, the fact that hasn't even occurred yet, to me, that would have been first on the list, from the standpoint of looking at recovery. And so to me, that would be very, very high up there. And the application of all of this from the standpoint of a climate lens over time, which isn't something you sort of brought up as an integrator, I think is also incredibly important. And so that sort of looks at longer term monitoring, where you can actually, you know, look backwards and forwards to try to figure out what's going to happen due to climate change.
Awesome. Super helpful, Mark.
You got it.
Thank you. Anything else?
Terry, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm looking at this from a different angle. There are some things on this list that are probably not that far off and are really doable and have been done by others. And if that's the case, then it's really not a great demonstration project, right? Because it's been done before. And then on the other side, there are things that are so hard to do that will take forever. And it's not a great demonstration project because, you know, you're not going to demonstrate anything in a short period of time. And so I'm just kind of trying to help understand the parameters of the foundation's wishes.
Good question. So yeah, I think what they're really hoping for, you know, they did want to see something happen in the short term. So like in the next year, they were hoping for something that could kick off. And so we did identify things, as I said, that like where you could really hit the ground running. I think from their perspective, a demonstration project is successful if like the right audience is involved and seeing that utility really play out. So I think your point is well taken, that if we're going to spend, you know, 24 months developing a new probe for some reason, that we're going to miss our window potentially for having kind of like a demonstration project that over the course of the next year or so could really kick things into high gear in terms of getting people excited about eDNA and its potential. So things like the CALERPA, I think, as Mark alluded to, you know, there's a lot of work already happening. And so it's really low hanging fruit to layer on this like DNA component and get it to kind of cross the finish line or get closer to it. But other than that, I think the funding agency was really just looking for opportunities to bring folks to the table that maybe weren't otherwise, or if there had just been a need that had just really not been met previously. So maybe something like the C-STARS, where we just haven't been monitoring for this in a way that we could be, and that's something we could accelerate really quickly. But I think for them, as I said, the like key metric of success would be bringing together some environmental managers to see the eDNA method really shine and get people more comfortable with how they can be applying it to other applications.
So just to follow up then,
Yeah.
are all 5 of these doable in 24 months?
Yeah, I would say so for sure. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Terry, I want to elaborate. I think it's great you asked the timing question, because you're right. These take different amounts of time, different amounts of efforts. But you asked where the funding would potentially be most interested. They want to see a management decision made. They want to see where we just didn't supply additional information, but we got to the point of being able to say, this information is reliable enough that I'm going to make a decision. And so for CALERPA, while it's closer from a science perspective to being able to be done, if we can say, I'm not going to send my divers over here because I am convinced that I don't need to look in this part of the estuary, and I'm going to send my divers over here, that's a decision. If I'm going to make a decision about abalone and how I'm going to do something different with my abalone management based upon this, that would be a decision. And I think all of these have different levels of decision associated with them. Some are a little bit more science development oriented. But I think really what it comes down to is that's the beauty of this group is you know how this information will get used.
Yeah, just to follow up on this. So I think the estuarine assessment would be great, but I don't think it's a 2-year thing.
Mm-hmm.
Right? It might be a 2-year thing to get the primers, but it's going to be more than 2 years to get people to accept it and to make a decision.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So if the key metric is decision, then I think we need to sort of narrow down.
Okay. That's a good point, right? Okay. Anything else?
So we were asked the question, do you want us to rank these? I hadn't thought about that, but that's actually a great question. I wouldn't mind. I wouldn't mind being able to go to this foundation and say, we asked the council, which represents a broad cross-section of management community, and this is what they ranked as the ones that are greatest interest from a management perspective. So maybe Nick, or I'll talk to our lookout chair. Is it possible to send out a survey and ask this group to rank these 5? Sure. I think that would be helpful.
I could set that up, following this meeting.
And ideally, you do it today while it's fresh in people's mind.
Yeah.
So
could either
what
do
the hell
today
was
or
that?
tomorrow.
You got 2 weeks now.
Awesome.
Can I suggest sending the presentation slides along with the survey? Because the summaries of each slide were really good. I think it would help.
Karen, could I ask, will the list of projects include the suggestion by Peter?
I think it should.
Yeah, I'll whip that together. No problem.
And I mean, I guess Peter, I mean, it sounds like a really useful project, but what would be, could you give an example of like a management decision that would help inform?
Absolutely. So, one of the concerns is that pure water is going to be so clean, it's going to kill off a lot of the sports fish that are in the reservoir, as well as change the population biology. And so one of the things we're thinking of, well, after we create pure water, do we need to add something back into it again to basically sustain the ecosystem? So, you know, it would be a management tool to understand, okay, you know, this is the impact of putting completely clean water into a reservoir. It's changed the biology, you know, in these regards. What do we need to do to manage the reservoir properly in the future, so that we don't have all the sports fishermen mad at us and that sort of thing?
So your concern is not enough nutrients?
Absolutely, yes.
We got nutrients.
Yes, I know. Yeah, we'll talk.
To add to that, when I was working for the drinking water program and these projects were, you know, starting to get underway and really talked about, and now they're on the cusp of implementation, I was like the lone person in the drinking water program going, well, what about the beneficial uses of the reservoir? So that's, you know, from my perspective, from the water board side, I think of very much interest.
And just one more quick question, if we could, on number 5, the idea of a rapid assessment tool. This kind of follows up. You were asking Nick about recreational water, fresh water. And so is that something that could be adapted to, say, cyanobacteria that are producing harmful algal blooms in freshwater environments and toxic species? Because that's hard to distinguish visually. That's a big challenge.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. So it's designed to be, you know, species specific. So you wouldn't necessarily, you would potentially have like a portfolio of the species specific assays that you've designed, but maybe it's your top 10 putative toxin producers. And then you can go out and have that rapid, like, visual presence absence kind of detection method. So yes.
Or as you mentioned, perhaps even the toxin producing genes.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Well, thanks so much, Steve and Susie. I'll work with Susie to get an updated slide deck and then create a way for you guys all to rank the projects that we saw today and the ones we discussed as well. We're going to go ahead and suggest that we've used our break to have a vibrant discussion. So in the sake of time and, you know, people transit both locally and domestically across the state, that we just move on to item 9, unless and if you guys need to use the restroom, just go ahead. Adults. Henry, are you online?
I am, yeah. Just give me a second to open up my PowerPoint. All right, hopefully you can see that. Might not be full presentation mode though. Does that look okay?
I think it's good enough.
Thanks. So thank you, council members. My name is Henry DeBay. I'm the environmental program manager for the Delta Stewardship Council's Collaborative Science and Peer Review Unit. And I'm joined by Rachel Klopfenstein, also from the CSPR unit today. So we're here to talk to you about the 2022 to 2026 Science Action Agenda, or SAA, for the Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta. And we actually presented to this council shortly after we launched this process to develop this updated SAA. So we're happy to be back and to share some thoughts or some highlights from the final document. So, as you probably all know, the Delta is a complex and rapidly changing place where the scale of challenges outmatches the resources available, and there are multiple interest groups and different science needs. So given these factors, the Science Action Agenda provides a roadmap that harmonizes areas of shared scientific interests across the community and prioritizes science and science investments. Further, with this roadmap, scientists working in the Delta can see what science is most management relevant and contribute to the advancement of that key knowledge. Likewise, managers of different organizations can see how their programmatic priorities relate to those of other entities or collaborative groups in the Delta. So what is the Science Action Agenda more specifically? Well, as its name suggests, the SAA is a 4 to 5 year science agenda that is collaboratively developed with stakeholder input and priorities from different entities and collaborative venues. While the process to develop this document is facilitated by the Delta Science Program, ultimately this document is produced by the community and for the community. The SAA also identifies major gaps in knowledge, and it builds and strengthens the Delta's science infrastructure and capabilities, such as fostering collaboration, enhancing data sharing platforms, integrating disparate models, and more. It also prioritizes and aligns science actions to address the most pressing management needs in the Delta. Further, because the SAA is a distillation of input from scientists, managers, and stakeholders across the Delta Science Program and other agencies use it as a guide for science funding. In fact, the previous SAA for the period 2017 to 2021 was used by the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation, the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, the state water contractors, and the Delta Stewardship Council to allocate over $35 million through calls for research and fellowships. And that science funding has in turn advanced the state of science and knowledge in the Delta and generated information critical to management, particularly as it relates to adaptive management, restoration, and applications of innovative and cost-effective methods for monitoring. So here we just want to briefly clarify what we mean by science action. For the purposes of the SAA, we've defined a science action as a scientific activity that advances our state of knowledge in order to address physical, natural, and social economic management challenges in the Delta. Examples include research, monitoring, modeling, and more. And broadly speaking, these scientific activities can be organized into two categories: those that generate new information, knowledge, or tools, such as foundational research on the human communities in the Delta, an area in which much progress and new data or knowledge is needed, and those that enhance how we use information or tools that we already have, such as those that help integrate existing but disparate hydrological and ecological models to provide new insights and information. So the 2022 to 2026 SAA is the second full iteration of its kind, and we embrace an adaptive approach to developing it. In other words, this SAA built on the previous one. What's different about this one, however, following the steps in the wheel here, is first we added a step for identifying management questions, which I'll talk more about shortly. Second, we enhanced our level of co-production by creating more opportunities for engagement. Third, this iteration was informed by progress achieved in implementing the last SAA. And last but not least, in response to comments from the public review, we landed on a theme of integration for this SAA to underscore that many of the greatest management challenges require understanding of interlinked processes driving the Delta and integrated approaches to develop multi-agency solutions. So this slide highlights some key stats on our level of engagement and co-production with the science and management community. Since early 2022, we engaged with over 30 collaborative groups, heard from nearly 150 workshop participants from almost 50 different affiliations over the course of 2 workshops, garnered over 150 survey responses across multiple surveys, and much more. And we truly appreciate everyone who contributed their time to this process, including this council and its director, Nick Martirano, the Bay and Delta RMPs, the State Water Board, and the Central Valley Regional Water Quality Control Board. So the Science Action Agenda is organized into 3 hierarchical components, as shown by the pyramid diagram here, to ensure that science actions are grounded in the management context. Management needs are at the top of this pyramid and are the broadest component. We've landed on 6 management needs. Below that, we have management questions, which, as I mentioned earlier, is new for this iteration, which offers slightly more resolution on key management uncertainties. And through public outreach and input, we landed on 65 management questions. Though all are included in the final SAA, not all of them directly relate to our priority science actions, and we actually added 1 additional management question in response to public comments represented by the +1 here. And central to all of this are the science actions themselves, of which we prioritized 25 based on the public input, or based on public input, and have prioritized these for funding in the near term. We also had so many good suggestions for science actions that we preserved 75 of them in the appendix of this document. So now to give you a flavor of the management needs, the top tier in the previous diagram. So with the help of public input, the management needs that we landed on broadly relate to improving or assessing 1, coordination of large-scale efforts across the system, 2, monitoring, model integration, and forecasting, 3, multi-benefit approaches to managing the Delta as a social ecological system, 4, building and integrating knowledge on human behavior and processes, 5, acquiring new knowledge and synthesizing existing knowledge that support species recovery, and 6, assessing and anticipating the impacts of climate change. So science actions are responsive to these broad management needs, but also the associated management questions. And now I'll just highlight some of the science actions. So here's a subset of the 25 top science actions from the final document that we thought might be of interest and relevance to the council as potential actions for the council to consider undertaking or partnering on. And the symbols here indicate if a science action is new for this SAA, and that's the sun symbol, or if it builds on science actions in the previous SAA, that's the building blocks symbol. So I'm gonna read these out, but we've only got 3, so don't worry. So Science Action 1C focuses on large-scale experiments, and it reads, identify and implement large-scale experiments that can address uncertainties in the outcomes of management actions for water supply, ecosystem function, and socioeconomic conditions in the Delta. So an example of this could be a large flow experiment or studying the impacts of emergency drought barriers. Science Action 2B focuses on HABs, so a bit of a connection to the previous agenda item there, and reads, develop a framework for monitoring, modeling, and information dissemination in support of operational forecasting and near real-time visualization of the extent, toxicity, and health impacts of HABs. And this science action focuses on understanding HABs, obviously a major concern for water quality and for Delta residents and recreators. Science Action 6A focuses on climate change and reads, evaluate how climate change, sea level rise, and more frequent extremes will impact habitats, water supply, water quality, sediment supply, long-term species persistence, primary productivity, and food webs. And this science action essentially calls for investigating the cross-cutting and cumulative impacts of climate change across a suite of key environmental attributes in the Delta. Other science actions that focus on understanding human communities in the Delta with a focus on equity and environmental justice, testing innovative approaches to invasive species management. So I think there's definitely a link there with some of the previous eDNA discussions, understanding thresholds of survival for managed species, and more. And just another connection to some of the discussions from today, I noted that one of our additional science actions focuses on evaluating wildfire impacts on Delta human communities and ecosystems. So by design, the science actions themselves are cross-cutting and integrative, and they're not narrowly focused and cannot likely be addressed by only one project. So there's room for researchers and scientists to use creative solutions and multiple approaches to fulfill these actions. Whoops. So now that the final 2022 to 2026 science action agenda is released, we are spreading the word and asking for your support in doing so as well. We at the Delta Science Program are also excited to begin implementing the SAA through targeted funding and coordinated action. For your awareness, the Delta Science Program will begin implementing this SAA through our 2022 California Sea Grant Delta Science Fellowship, our 2023 proposal solicitation notice, an upcoming funding call, as well as through workshops, syntheses, directed actions, and collaboration with partners. And with that, just really appreciate your time today and throughout this process. Welcome any comments or questions. And we can paste the link to the final document in the chat if that's helpful, and also send that to Nick. And just last but not least, want to express our thanks to all staff in the Collaborative Science and Peer Review Unit, and our leadership team in the science program, others at the Delta Stewardship Council, and the broader community for supporting this effort over the last 2 years. We truly could not have done this without them or you all. So thank you.
Thanks, Henry. Any questions for Henry on Delta's science action plan, or action agenda, I should say? So Henry, I have a question. So you identified 3 things that you thought the council could take actions to support. I think HABs is a pretty obvious one and a no-brainer, and climate change as well is within some of our work groups wheelhouses. I'm interested on the experiment piece and just kind of what are the next steps? You outlined some implementation pieces and workshops coming up. What are the ways that we can engage moving forward over the next, I guess, 5 years?
Thanks for the question, Nick, and that's a great question. I think, there's a lot of opportunity, and so the Science Action Agenda provides a platform from which we can talk more and figure out what that looks like, who's interested in what, and work together to identify implementation actions, directed actions that advance science actions that are of shared interest, whether on HABs, whether on large-scale experiments. So yeah, that's something I think, the specifics of which we'd be happy to discuss further.
Okay, great. Yeah, 'cause I think that there's opportunity in all 3 of those. It's within specific work groups. I'm just, when I go to them or we talk to them, it'd be just interesting to be able to tell them, okay, this is the next step on how to be working with the Delta Stewardship Council. But we can talk more about that. I appreciate the time and all the great work.
Can I ask a quick question?
Sure.
This is more out of my own lack of knowledge, I think, but I'm just curious if, this Delta is probably unique in the world for all the multiple considerations and uses and concerns, but I was just curious if, are there other things like this, action plans like this for other deltas elsewhere? And is that something that even gets looked at or learned from?
Yeah, thank you for the question. I can't actually tell who's asking it, but I appreciate it.
I'm sorry, this is Mark Starr from Public Health.
Great, thank you. That is something we've looked at. The Bay actually has something a little bit similar called the San Francisco Estuary Blueprint, and we try to coordinate with them to limit redundancy and kind of promote synergies. And in other estuaries, in the Chesapeake or the Everglades, they also have kind of similar documents to this. I think the key difference in these documents stems from the different kind of organizational or jurisdictional frameworks that drive those estuaries. So in some, there's more of a kind of a federal driving force, and others more of a state one. So so they're a little bit different, but that's definitely something that we pay attention to and try to draw best practices from.
Thanks.
All right, thanks, Henry. We'll be in touch.
Yeah, thank you all.
And then Mark just added into the chat that that blueprint was just completed as well. So there's some more information there, Mark, that we can provide you. Next up's Dr. Scott Coffin, give us a microplastics update. We've been talking a little bit about microplastics on the side here a little bit today. So are you ready to jump on a little bit early, Scott?
Yeah, that's no problem at all.
Great. Do you have slides or?
Yeah, I can go ahead and share those.
Okay, great.
Alrighty. So I'm going to give it an update on the Microplastics Monitoring Subcommittee of the Trash Monitoring Workgroup, which is a committee in the California Water Quality Monitoring Council. So a little bit of background on why we're doing this work. We have 2 legislative mandates that require the State Water Board and the Ocean Protection Council to deal with microplastics. Senate Bill 1422, passed in 2018, requires that the State Water Board address microplastics in drinking water, first by defining microplastics, which we did in 2020, and by July 1st, 2021, requires that we adopt a standardized method, 4 years of testing and analysis, consider adopting a health-based guidance level, and inform consumers about the concentrations of microplastics that we discovered, as well as accredit laboratories. Just a brief update on this. Obviously, July 1st, 2021 has come and passed, and we haven't met all of these deliverables, but we are working to meet these in the next few months. A similar bill passed in 2018 addresses microplastics in the marine environment, requiring the Ocean Protection Council and the State Water Board to initiate a statewide microplastic strategy by 2022. This strategy was adopted earlier this year. And by 2026, we're required to develop a risk assessment framework, develop standardized methods, establish baseline occurrence data in the environment, investigate the sources and pathways of microplastics into the marine environment, and then go back to the legislature with some source reduction strategies. Just a little bit more context for how novel addressing microplastics is for government. The statewide microplastic strategy adopted in February by OPC received a lot of press, including in the New York Times and some other big publications, as this is really a first step for any government agency to holistically address the issue of microplastics. Accordingly, we have a lot of science needs that need to be fulfilled in order to fulfill some of the policy goals stated in this strategy. Some of the research that we've already completed include defining the definition of microplastics as the world's first regulatory definition. We completed a method standardization project with Southern California Coastal Water Research Project, or SQUIRT, including for drinking water, and they're validating this for additional matrices using 2 different instruments, Raman and FTIR. We also completed human and ecological risk assessments, which I'm sure a lot of you have learned about already. Despite the research that we've already done, there's still a lot of work to be done, and notably integrating the findings from this research that we've already conducted into the community and really putting the science to practice. And that is the goal of the Microplastics Monitoring Subcommittee. We are a local and global community exchange of information and data for microplastics monitoring methods and tools. We have 3 co-chairs, myself, Dr. Monica Arienzo from the Desert Research Institute, and Shelley Moore from the Moore Plastic Pollution Research Institute and San Francisco Estuary Institute. So this subgroup is a subcommittee of the Trash Monitoring Workgroup. We're one of 4 subcommittees of the Trash Monitoring Workgroup, which is within the Water Quality Monitoring Council. And our subcommittee currently has 2 work groups focused on consumer messaging and sampling and analysis playbook. We conducted some surveys with our attendees from the previous meeting to determine the representation that we have. A lot of people are focused on drinking water, as the microplastics in drinking water sampling and analysis will be coming out soon. We also have quite a few people that represent wastewater, stormwater, and ambient water sectors, as well as a few other matrices. We have a really great balanced representation of different sectors made up of state and federal agencies, industry, academia, non-governmental organizations, utilities. This is a really good mixture of people from all of the different sectors, and it's really a great opportunity for people to come together and speak to one another and exchange information. At one of the first meetings, we gathered people's interests in what they need most. And the top 3 items were focusing on sample collection, analytical methods, and communication strategies. So we designed our work groups around these 3 main objectives. We have a sampling and analysis playbook work group that is focused on developing harmonized methods and guidance and tools so that practitioners can use the methods that we've already developed through SQUIRP, and also go out and do some sampling and make sure that the quality is reliable and transparent and well documented. We're building from precedent and prior knowledge developed from the trash monitoring work group that developed a California trash monitoring methods and assessments playbook that was published last year. This is a great guide for anyone that is wanting to go out and do trash monitoring when we're really adapting the structure and the lessons learned from this work for our microplastics group. One of the goals of our group is, and what we're trying to achieve here in California, is building a model for the national network for microplastics monitoring. Late last year, the National Academies of Sciences, Engineering, and Medicine released a consensus study report on the US's role in the global ocean plastic waste. One of their chief recommendations was to develop a nationwide monitoring network for microplastics. And they actually mentioned San Francisco Estuary Institute in their list of organizations that are already doing this. They also mentioned a few other things that are going on in California, such as Heal the Bay and the Surfrider Foundation. And since most of the monitoring data that's been conducted to date for microplastics in the United States is in California, we have already built a lot of momentum to build a model that other states can build off of. One of the main goals of the Sampling and Analysis Playbook Work Group is to evaluate and optimize sampling methods and provide guidance for how to perform these methods. There's currently one standardized method for sampling microplastics available. It's the ASTM method that uses a number of sieves stacked on top of each other to concentrate the microplastics. This method is already being evaluated by CASA in collaboration with SQUIRP, as well as the Ocean Protection Council. We've already received some feedback, initial feedback from this method. It does not seem to perform perfectly in every situation. There's a lot of things that can be optimized with this method to prevent, for instance, the water from spilling out of the sieves or filling up too quickly. There's some additional work that needs to be done with this method that we're investigating and documenting. We're also evaluating a novel method that's published in the literature that hasn't undergone a formal evaluation. And this is what we believe to be a significant improvement to the ASTM method that could be used for drinking water or clean sources of water. That it would eliminate the need for having any field blank, as there is no chance of background contamination, because all of the filters are contained within an inline filter holder. And so this is something that we are also evaluating in this work group. This sampling standardization project has a couple of main partners, including SQUIRP, Brown and Caldwell, and the University of Toronto. And all of these partners are working within the monitoring subcommittee to bounce ideas off of each other and present the results and integrate their findings into the community. So just to recap, the Sampling Analysis Playbook Work Group, it's led by Shelley Walder from Los Angeles County Sanitation District and Shelley Moore from the Moore Institute for Plastic Pollution Research and SFEI. Their goals are to ensure access to information, tools, and resources to the community and ensure a high degree of quality control for sampling and analyzing microplastics, as well as harmonized reporting. We have ambitious goals and tight timelines. We are hoping to develop a sampling analysis playbook by spring of next year. And we're also developing additional resources such as videos and kits and any other type of information that might be useful for the community. The other work group that we currently have is focused on consumer messaging. The Senate Bill 1422 requires that when we go out and monitor for microplastics in drinking water, we report that to consumers. The State Water Board has a legal mandate to report any unregulated contaminant in a annual consumer confidence report for which reporting is required, or for which monitoring is required. So some of these microplastics monitoring detections are going to be reported in CCRs. People are going to be reading about them. Some water systems have concerns that this may impact people's perception about the safety of their water. So we have a work group to assist water systems in developing language to use in their CCRs. What we know from the peer-reviewed literature is that the public is highly concerned about microplastics, particularly in the context of marine threats. A recent paper found at 15 countries with over 15,000 people surveyed that plastic pollution was the #1 topic that the layperson was concerned about for the ocean, even more than loss of marine species, collapse of fish stocks, and seafood contamination. This is quite surprising for me as a scientist, as plastic pollution is to me a bit of a novel thing that we know very little about relative to some of these other stressors. But nonetheless, it's at the top of people's minds, and we need to be aware of that and react to that. Looking at the global organizations that have evaluated microplastics and the health effects for humans, the World Health Organization in 2019 released a report stating that humans have ingested microplastics and other particles in the environment for decades with no related indication of adverse health effects, and that there is no evidence to indicate a human health concern. So this statement was interpreted by many as being no risk. And this actually, depending on the news organization that reported on it, they actually stated quite different findings from this report. Some of these were stating that plastic is everywhere, you're eating it, you're at risk. Others are saying, well, the World Health Organization says there's no evidence of risk. That means there is no risk, don't worry about it. This is problematic as it is a confusing messaging for consumers. And so we need to address this with some consistent messaging that's science-based. What we also know from the literature is that this type of consensus uncertainty, in which one scientist says one thing, one scientist says another thing, this erodes public trust, and this is damaging to institutions and to society as a whole. But not all uncertainty is like that. We can leverage uncertainty that actually builds public trust, including technical, deficient, and scientific uncertainty. And we hope to integrate these research findings into our risk communication workgroup products. We're also leveraging a concurrent effort paid for by the Water Research Foundation, which is a project to develop strategic consumer messaging for microplastics in drinking water supplies. The principal investigator for this is Brent Alsbach from Arcadis, and he's also the leader of our consumer messaging workgroup. In addition to Brent, we also have Terry Slifko, Metropolitan Water District, who's leading this workgroup. And the goals are to effectively and transparently communicate the risks of microplastics in drinking water to consumers, while increasing the trust in public water agencies. Our deliverables are to develop some suggested consumer confidence reporting language by spring of next year, and develop a risk communication toolkit that includes additional resources for water systems to use. Another project that we have that's not an official project of this work group yet, but is certainly related to this, is harmonizing the data reporting for microplastics, not just for drinking water, but for additional matrices as well. And something to understand about microplastics is the monitoring data that you get from a single sample can be extremely complex. You have size, shape, chemistry, colors, adsorb contaminants, a lot of different factors that can be included in a single sample that might not be reported well as a single concentration like it would in CDIN or CIDWES. We're building an open source harmonized data reporting pipeline as well as data repository that would sit alongside CDIN and CIDWES that would allow any accredited laboratory to upload the data and have it be reported in an interoperable and accessible way. This is a project that has a couple of partners, including the Moore Institute for Plastic Pollution Research, SFEI, the People Lab at UC Berkeley, who is the funding agency for this, and the National Renewable Energy Laboratory under the Department of Energy. And with that, I'd like to thank you all for your attention. If anyone is interested in joining the subcommittee that isn't already part of it, You can receive email updates on the LYRIS page by going to the general interests and checking the microplastics subcommittee box. Thank you all.
Thanks, Scott, for that great update. Anybody in the room have questions for Scott? Steve?
I just have a comment that, again, as another committee I serve as a liaison to. I don't think that Scott and that group could be doing a better job. I think that, I mean, you probably heard it in the presentation, but I remember years ago when the council was trying to figure out what its niche was, and, you know, and we talked about these committees and the formation of the committees providing a forum for dialogue and interaction and developing consensus around. That's exactly what this group is doing. Scott's correct. I mean, these meetings, he's having 200 people show up at these meetings from this broad array, and it provided a forum that doesn't exist elsewhere for things that are going to be happening with or without this committee. So the fact the committee provides a forum. I think another part of it is also, I want to emphasize how something that Scott had in his presentation, but just as what a big deal this is, because California is leading the world on this. We are out ahead in terms of starting to implement monitoring programs and management programs around this stuff. And so a lot of the people who are attending or watching are international. Things that this committee is developing as kind of standards for approach are going to become the international standard. Congratulations to the committee. I couldn't be happier for how well they're doing.
I'll agree with that. And what struck me was the messaging portion of the work that the committee is doing. And it reminded me that we used to have a communications group that met, I don't even remember the last time, for the council. I think that there's a variety of communications type work that's going on at the working groups, but as a council, I don't think that we have met or talked about that in a very long time. And so would like, maybe Nick and I can talk about a possible reinvigoration of that group that we can bring back to the council in September.
So I would second that. And I think, Karen, you're picking up on one thing, is I said on the liaison, I haven't given this group a lot of assignments. All those things, like the communication piece, that was self-generated by them. They did a great job. And just hearing from their membership what they thought were the best things to develop synchronization on. And what they've done on that particular topic, I mean, you saw the graphic that Scott had kind of identifying different levels of uncertainty and how you communicate them. I think that's a tremendous model for many of the other committees that we have. And so I don't know whether the committee has to develop something or maybe just find a way to take a lot of our other subcommittees and have them learn from what that group is doing.
Well, thanks, Scott. Great update, great work all around. When are you going to Australia to communicate how great your work group is?
I'll be in September.
Nice. So he's doing international outreach. All right, have a good afternoon.
Likewise.
Oh, wait, we have a hand. Evelyn.
I just had one question. I know you're providing, you have a communication work group and the toolkit's going to be available for 2023, but I think that aren't utilities required this year in their consumer confidence reports to report microplastics? And just from my communications with LADWP, I know that it's, you know, very challenging, you know, to set the framework. And I just wonder if there's some support for the utilities this year in how they're going to, you know, connect plastic in the environment to this situation and really not take like the blame that water quality, you know, is to blame for the fact that microplastics is in public drinking water.
Those are great points, Evelyn. Right now, the first monitoring orders for microplastics are not going to require any monitoring until next summer. So the first reportings in the CCR will likely be at the end of 2023.
Thank you. I thought it was this year's requirement. So I'm glad they have another year or so, 2 years. Thank you.
All right, thank you both. With that, I'd like to turn it over to item 11. That's Eric Stein. He's going to talk to us a little bit about the back to fire monitoring and about some of the work that's been done at SMC and some of the future work that might be done by Coastal Quest.
Great, thanks, Nick. Let me share my screen here. You guys see that okay?
Yep.
Great, okay. So I know you guys are probably a little burned out on fire today, but we'll try to keep this a little lighter and encapsulate some of the things that you've already heard. And I'm going to focus more on the monitoring piece because a lot of what I heard in some of the earlier presentations sort of came back to this issue like, well, we know something about post-fire effects, but what we really need is some more coordinated monitoring and data collection, and that's what I'd like to focus on here. So we've already heard a lot of this, so I'll just go through it quickly to remind folks that there's lots of different ways that contaminants and pollutants get into surface waters associated with fire. So you can have deposition of gases and air and particulates from the air. You can have contaminants, especially nutrients, coming out of retardants. You have sediment issues. We have changes in flow. And then we know that ash and partially burned organic matter has a lot of pH effects and things along those lines in the water. And so this can lead to lots of different physical effects, chemical effects, and things like carbon loading to the coast. So there's a lot of potential things that we should need to be concerned about. And moreover, and this is kind of oblique of the LA Basin, right, from a practical perspective, and a lot of the programs that we administer, in many cases, when fires occur in these upper watershed natural areas, the subsequent runoff is flowing down through these more developed areas where we may have things like 303 delisted impaired water bodies or sensitive habitats or sensitive recreational areas, and then into the estuaries where we can have, it can exacerbate things like eutrophication or contaminated sediment. So there's a lot of potential concerns about how to better understand and then more importantly, manage the runoff coming off of post-burn landscapes. So I won't harp on this because you've heard this all day today, except to say that we know fire frequencies are going up, and then there's some things that we know and some things that we don't know, particularly some of the latter ones on things like carbon loading and biological effects. But I would say that the key sort of missing link in all of this, and this was touched on by some of the previous speakers, the key missing link is, there's been lots of great research on this, but there's, I would suggest, been virtually zero connection back to water quality management. So we know that, there are these factors, but then the question is, how do you sort of loop this back in and use it to inform management decisions to either remediate post-fire landscapes or protect downstream resources following fire, and what do you need to do and how long do you need to do it for? So that requires data, and we know that we have lots of challenges with data with post-fire monitoring. Its fires are unpredictable, although now they're getting more predictable because it's pretty much all the time. We have lots of questions, and fires don't respect jurisdictional boundaries, which makes it very difficult from a stormwater agency perspective when you may have a fire that may be partially within your jurisdiction and partially in somebody else's jurisdiction. So it really points to the need for some sort of coordinated regional or potentially statewide monitoring program. And so to address this, probably now about 12 years ago, following some of the fires of 2006, 7, and 8, we convened a work group and we had a 3-day conference. These were academics, government agencies, stormwater entities, et cetera, and said, how can we sort of get our arms around this regional monitoring program and this document, which sort of laid out what are the priority monitoring questions, and then what are some design features that we would use to answer these questions, like how do you pick your sites? How do you actually collect the sample? Do you do a grab or a time weighted or a flow weighted? And how do you decide where and how many do you need? We had issues of mobilization, what indicators and constituents, and some preliminary funding estimates. So the idea is that this would be sort of an off-the-shelf, ready-to-go plan that could be implemented on an as-needed basis. And a lot of these questions that of how to monitor the post-fire landscape would have already been kind of been worked out and agreed to at a regional level. And so this is just kind of an example of a summary table there. So we had some management question that had to do with contaminant flux. So again, these are really focused on some of these key management issues, like how much contaminant is coming off the burn landscape, impacts on downstream receiving waters, and persistence of the effect. And so for each one, we talk about design, how to select the sites, how to select the comparator sites to contextualize your results, what indicators, and how long do you need to assess for. So this is kind of the structure of this plan, sort of encapsulated in a single table. And so this is just an example graphic that comes from this as an illustration. This shows the 2007 witch fire in Southern California in the sort of northern San Diego County area. And so what you're seeing here is the fire footprint in red, some of the major watershed boundaries in yellow. And what you can see is we have identified a lot of our regional monitoring sites, which are the blue triangles. And those are sites that we have through our SMC regional monitoring program. So the idea is that we actually have a lot of ability to contextualize the pre-fire landscape and the unburned contemporary landscape because we have this wealth of regional monitoring data. So we have a lot to draw from. And so this whole kind of pre-post or burned, unburned is already sort of built into our regional monitoring programs. And so we really just need to decide how to best pair those sites. We actually now have some very good tools we've developed through things like our causal assessment comparator site tool that can basically take a site and match it with sort of biologically relevant sites to compare it to. And then we also have in the plan guidance on how to pick, the best location for flux estimates and effects estimates. So this is just an example that the plan kind of goes through this and sort of pre-establishes a process for making these decisions. And so we've done some preliminary implementation of this plan. I would say it hasn't been broadly applied. I think it's been applied in a somewhat opportunistic manner for a few fires over the years. So I'll give you a few very quick examples, but I think the real take-home message here is that we actually have a lot to work from that we can start from in thinking about how we might be able to implement this in a more systematic way. So this map just kind of shows some of the fires that we've looked at using this type of approach. Most of these are older fires in the Southern California region. And so this is just an example of some data that came out of the Santiago Canyon fire, where we were able to look at, for example, zinc flux from our landscapes from previous data and look at the post-fire zinc flux compared to some of those existing sites in both the natural and the urban landscape. So you can kind of get a sense of flux relative to sort of the natural background in the urban. And then we can use some of our existing watershed models on the right. This is an example from the 2009 station fire, where we basically take some of those flux estimates and we say, well, in a dry year in blue versus a wet year in orange, what proportion of the total load of zinc is being contributed from the burn area? So we can see in this case, in a wet year, we have a high rainfall in the year following the fire, something like 35 or 40% of the total load into the downstream listed water body area can come from the burn area, whereas in a drier year it might only be something like 5 or 10% for the metals. I'll come back to the PAHs on the far right in a little bit in a little bit later, but just primarily focusing on the first two, the metals right now. So, but the idea here is that it provides kind of a systematic way to get at these questions. The PAHs were a little bit of a more interesting type issue because a lot of these PAHs are coming from deposition of smoke and ash that's coming from these fires. Some of it is direct combustion of organic matter, but a lot of it is from aerial deposition. And so that's kind of illustrated by this graphic. This is actually from the Ballona Creek watershed. And in this particular fire, as you can see from the picture in the upper right, that this is a case where there was a fire in the upper parts of the watershed above the Ballona Creek area. The watershed itself did not burn, but when we look at water quality samples from the lower Ballona Creek right before it goes into the Ballona wetlands area, we can see that we have this big amplification of high molecular weight PAHs which are typically associated with combusted or organic matter. And so this is sort of suggests that aerial deposition of the smoke and ashes providing is contributing to concentrations in the lower watershed. And then the last, part of this monitoring panel looks at this issue of persistence. And so here's again some examples from the Santiago Canyon fire, where we're able to sort of look at zinc loading and relative to the fire and how quickly that signal attenuates over time relative to things like rainfall, instantaneous rainfall, and cumulative rainfall. So the idea is that, we have done some preliminary pilot implementation of this plan. So I think we've demonstrated that we can use this type of approach to sort of be very tactile or very tactful in a sense in pursuing these questions following fires, but there's lots of questions that remain. We have a lot less information on the biological effects and their persistence. The graphic on the right is some work that from Andy Wren that he did. You can tell because it says IBI and not CSCI on the y-axis, so this is older data. But Andy, as part of the SWAMP effort and the PSA effort, was looking at how the IBI scores were depressed following fire and how quickly they'd recovered. So there's only been very limited work. And as we think about things like bioobjectives, I think there's a lot more need to understand sort of the biological implications of runoff from these post-fire landscapes. And again, I've talked a lot about effects on downstream receiving waters, particularly estuaries and lagoons, in terms of things like eutrophication and recovery trajectories for different types of systems. And most importantly, how can we start to think about management actions that can reduce effects, and how long do we need to implement those management actions to have the desired effect on the downstream landscape? So to begin answering this question, we've been working with Coastal Quest, and I think Lily Verdone from Coastal Quest is on the phone with us. And so they're initiating a new pilot project in Ventura County that's really aimed at sort of beginning to start to close the loop on this. And so they're bringing together a group of stakeholders to really think about how do you implement this in a very practical manner, what are the sort of governance issues and the implementation issues that really need to be worked through, so that when we have the sort of technical design in hand, how do we transition that into implementation? So they have some private funding to kick off a pilot study in Ventura County to answer some, to sort of look at this plan, adjust it for their local needs, and think about how to implement it. I'll show you, this is one of their slides in terms of the goals of the collaborative and the expectations. I'll give you a moment to just look at that. And on the next slide, I'll show you some of the partners that are already working with them on that. And so I think this is a good example of a pilot effort to begin really moving this program into implementation in a limited geographic scope. And so here's a list of the collaborative members. So you can see they've assembled a fairly diverse group of folks to start working with them on the implementation issues. So what's next is they are going to be implementing the pilot study to demonstrate how to overcome these institutional barriers that sort of make it difficult to implement this type of approach, and can they identify strategies that could then be scaled up at a statewide scale and maybe applied to other regions around the state, or perhaps the state as a whole. They're also going to refine some things like cost and other types of some of those practical issues that are needed for implementation, and are continuing to pursue some other funding to continue to grow and expand this effort. So I think there's several potential roles for the council. Again, this could be, if this is a big enough issue, it could be potentially a work group. Another work group could be convened to start coordinating these types of things at a larger scale. I think there's opportunities to pursue a number of these case studies and information transfer in terms of how do we leverage things like the extensive investment in our regional monitoring programs to sort of work with these post-fire monitoring to better answer the questions. And then perhaps from an implementation standpoint, there's ways to integrate this into the structure that's already used to facilitate some of these cooperative monitoring programs across the state. So that's pretty much all I have. I just wanted to, I'm sort of intentionally kept it sort of brief because I know you've heard a lot about fire over the course of the day. And I just wanted to wrap up with some ideas about the monitoring piece.
Thanks, Eric. Any questions from council members? Karen?
I don't have a question. I just have a comment. I mean, this is exactly the kind of thing that we need. I mean, to be able to set a framework that we can, take action on in emergency situations, ad hoc across the state as needed. I'd also suggest that rather than a full-blown new working group, that this could possibly be a subcommittee of the Healthy Watersheds Partnership. It seems to align well with the kind of data collection and assessment that they've done in that group. That would be my jerk reaction there.
Yeah, I think that's a great suggestion, Karen.
Rebecca, I see that you put some information in the chat. Do you want to say it out loud?
Sure. I just wanted to share a little bit about where you can go on our SMC webpage to learn more about the plan. Eric was referencing some of those older fires, but I just wanted to make it clear that we used that guidance like pretty recently. We were kind of in a pinch trying to figure out where to start, and it was nice to be able to kind of fall back on it as a baseline to figure out what were our next steps going to be for a monitoring plan. And I think it was just a really good resource, and so I just wanted to make sure everybody knew about it. You can get access to it.
Thanks, Rebecca. And for those of you who don't know, Rebecca is the chair of the Southern California Stormwater Monitoring Coalition. And she put it in the chat, and I'll share it with the members here on where to find that plan, because I forgot about it, and we were talking about we need a plan, and there's a plan. So, and that happens all too often.
And Corey, I see your comment, Corey, in the chat. So yes, definitely, I'd love to follow up with you.
Thank you, Eric, for the presentation. This is Grant, and I just wanted to kind of speak a little bit to some of our experience at least in Orange County with wildland fires. I know, having been involved in the 2007 fire, that the response to that fire that Eric referenced, one of the challenges we found was, where does a local stormwater agency fit within the whole structure of the group that gets assembled, the federal and state group that gets assembled post fire. You have this BEAR team, this burn area emergency response team that kind of sort of swoops in, and we found, our local agency buried pretty far down in that chain of command if we were part of it at all. So I think one of the things to look at moving forward, because this is a great playbook and we don't have to reinvent the wheel, but in order for a local agency like Rebecca's, that she represents Riverside County Flood, or a public works agency to carry out some of this work, I think they have to be part of that, maybe a bigger part of that group that comes in post fire, if we're going to see this successfully implemented. And I don't know, Rebecca, if you have any thoughts on that, because you've been, you obviously have much more recent experience with this.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. We're really watching it, post fire, kind of reactionary emergency response was mostly based on like the flooding aspect, and because first and foremost we're a flood control district, and so I think that we just thought this needed to be a priority in the midst of that, and it was a bit of a scramble. So having some idea on how you want to react to these things on a local level is really important. And they will, these events definitely surprise you. One of the things that really doesn't get covered in the study design of how you want to approach things is really some of the safety aspects that you need to consider when sending out anyone when you want to get data from one of these events, because even though the fire season's over, the storm season can be dangerous. And so I think that's something that also could be built upon. I'd like to see that as part of this, like an ancillary piece of that, some guidance for that. But is that helpful?
Yeah. And Nick, I wanted to mention, if I could, I saw Lily just popped on from Coastal Quest, so I sort of probably didn't do her slides as much justice as I could have, so I wanted to let folks know that she's online if people have specific questions about the Coastal Quest piece of this effort.
Thanks, Eric. And I just put my contact information in the chat if anybody wants to reach out. But we're excited to pilot this and work with Eric and all the stakeholders that you saw on the screen on that last slide to think about piloting, and that the safety aspect of it is definitely a good point to raise and something we're thinking about, especially with permitting and outreach and all those pieces. Safety is a critical one to add to the list.
Thanks, Lily. Anybody else in the room that have questions or comments? Oh, no. Anyone online? And I did see Corey from the Healthy Watersheds Partnership. Allie's not here, but Corey's the technical lead for the Healthy Watersheds Partnership, and they'll coordinate on your suggestion, Karen. Well, thanks, Eric, and thanks, Lily, for joining us and demonstrating. I think I'm signed up for the Coastal Quest meeting, so I'll keep you all informed and hopefully coordinate in the future.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, well, we are ahead of schedule, which I'm sure nobody's upset about. But so we're on our last agenda item, and that's really just to start talking about and thinking about the September 1st meeting, which is our next quarterly meeting for the council. The first question I really wanted to pose for this group was, I was able to secure this room for the next two meetings of this year, the last two meetings of this year, which is September 1st and December 1st. Are we okay with meeting in here for the rest of the year, or do we want to go resume the old, one here, one in Southern California, usually at Squirp, or what are the people's feelings?
I'd like to suggest September 1st be here in Sacramento, only because I have a number of staff who I'd like to come and present on the integrated report. Sort of, my hope is that we have a series of good presentations, and I'd like them to be here in person.
Yeah, from my perspective, this is the first time hosting this kind of hybrid meeting. I thought it went fairly well for the first time. I've just trying to get used to the technology in this room. So the more times I can do it in a row, the easier it will be for me. So if it was just me voting, I'd say keep it here for this year and then revisit the every other type of scenario. And for those of the new members, we used to go one meeting in Sacramento, one meeting down normally at Squirp, and then so there was two meetings in each kind of swath of California. Go ahead, Steve.
As one of the people who would have to travel, I endorse your idea.
Okay.
I think it's important to get it right, and I think having all the people who will be presenting here in person makes sense. I'm glad to travel.
Okay. If anybody has any strong feelings, you go ahead and reach out to me about that, and we can figure something out. I've listed some potential topics. Karen mentioned one of them previously before we shifted focus to the post-fire monitoring. We were talking about a focus similar to where this meeting was focused primarily on post-fire monitoring, doing something similar but with a focus on the integrated report. A lot of things have changed. The integrated report ties in heavily to this council and the work groups that have been developed for it, so we could try to develop something similar. Karen's already on board. Most of it or all of it is her staff, so we could definitely work that in, and if there's extra space in there, we could fill it in with some of these other topics. The Environmental Flows Work Group is developing a work plan. Their California Environmental Flows Framework is basically completed at this point. So they're looking at what's next. They had a really great meeting maybe a month ago on focusing on what their next kind of steps are. They're really focusing on this gauging. There's a gauging legislation that went through and kind of next steps with leveraging the both piloting and using the environmental flows framework, but also moving forward with looking at improving our gauging network and determining like how our management actions regarding flow, especially within the water rights realm, is doing in relation to the community and environment. So that's one topic that I've been working with Dan on. Another one is to kind of revisit AB 1066. We spoke a little bit today about, okay, the water boards didn't get funding. We're hopeful that CDPH does. We still have our first deadline coming up in July 1, and maybe just kind of see where we're at there and maybe how the council can help with that work group and any other ideas. So opening it up to any and all for feedback.
So just for scheduling purposes, we anticipate the integrated report piece to not take like a full day worth of meetings, or presentations. So probably more like between 2 and 3 hours, possibly. We haven't set it out yet, but.
Great. So if we go on that, basically half of the meeting, if we assume that, if the first half hour or so is kind of our normal updates piece, and then we don't usually get a public forum, but we have 10 minutes usually set aside. Today, we had a couple hours for the lightning talks panel discussion, and then we have a couple hours in the afternoon. So I think that works out great. We have a couple hours of integrated report focused discussions, and then if there are any other ideas and you don't have them come to mind now, I'll proceed with these two additional items. But if you have other items.
Nick, if I could, I'd just like to say, I think these are all good topics, and I would endorse these. I think for the integrated report, definitely interested in hearing from your team, Karen, about the technical process involved in that. I think from the stormwater community, we'd also be interested in covering sort of the overall process and maybe even having an opportunity to share some of the work that's involved from the discharger perspective. And maybe if I could suggest, Nick, maybe you and or Karen, talking to Karen Cowan, Executive Director of CASQA. I think she's got a pretty good perspective on some of some of the higher priority issues from a stormwater discharger perspective on the integrated report. And I think for the environmental flows work group, work plan, I would be really interested in the rollout of the SB, is it SB 219, the stream gauge plan, and I, in particular, it sounds like one of the objectives of that is to set up a federated stream flow data network, something similar almost to CDN. Am I getting that right, Nick? In terms of kind of a clearinghouse for stream flow data?
Yeah, there's I believe her name is Veronica, gave a great presentation, and it's on our YouTube channel. She's basically trying to develop some sort of it's not like a CDN, but a database. She's trying to figure out like where the gauges are, what they're measuring for, and an attempt to then figure out where to best fill in data gaps from our gauging network. But yeah, developing kind of an open information source for where gauges are and where we can find data. Something it's similar, but yeah, not necessarily a CDNS. But yeah,
no, that would be excellent. I think to hear more about that.
Right.
I think that's a good opportunity for the council to weigh in and provide some feedback.
And I like the idea too of hearing from other sector perspectives on the IR process. I think that the IR staff could hear it. I mean, they don't always get to hear, just kind of a conversation based discussion about the process outside of maybe a response to comment type of thing. So if there is a discussion that we could have in this kind of forum from other sectors, stormwater, what have you, that would be a great addition to, hearing what there are many improvements they are making and planning for the process. So I think that's great. Anything else? I can't see what's happening on chat. Hold on. Oh, Dennis, do you have your hand up?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Just real quick for a potential topic. I'll let you know what I've got I'm getting myself into. I've been working with the master gardeners out here in UC Merced. They're going to have a fair coming up, and one of the things we're going to do is water harvesting using rain barrels, and also more of a hybrid system with the rain garden. The reason I picked rain gardens is because, well, a kid could build one, and they're it's like the most underrated thing that I think far as stormwater that could be implemented. I think that taking the use of stormwater that is typically coming off the roofs and hitting our streets and allowing it to infiltrate, as well as harvesting, will make a big impact. Although from the scope of things, is just a macro project. It's really something that any homeowner could do. So one of the things that I'm doing right now, again, is I'm going to do a little display for the fair out here in Merced. I was able to get one of the companies to donate a rain barrel, and I'm going to, do a little mock system showing anyone that is interested how they could begin to harvest their own rainwater and allow it to infiltrate or use it for irrigation. But before using it for irrigation, there's things that you need to do with simple things. Also, I think that it could be a very interesting little topic to bring up. And I would hope to eventually get to a point to where we're doing a rain garden workshop out here. I look forward to any of your expertise and knowledge to help me along with this. I've already got a little presentation, but basically I want to bounce it off of anyone that's interested in this type of topic, and to really bring to light an awareness and a water stewardship, so an ownership, and that everybody can play a part in helping far as water issues, not just capturing rainwater, but reusing it and repurposing it. So I wanted to get your thoughts in on that and see what you think.
Okay, I think that's a great topic, and I just gave you since you chat, I'd be happy to talk with you about some great venues, and if you have a presentation and want to kind of to display how to best reuse water and utilize it to the fullest, especially given the drought that we will continue to be in, I think that would be a great thing to discuss. Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, I was gonna say regionally too, local agencies do such demonstration, and LA low impact developments, sort of conferences. I mean, we have one here in Sacramento, and yeah, those I think are a little bit what he's talking about. But and I thought that, I don't know, it was a monitoring council, it was a state board a few years ago hosted one here too, I think.
Yeah, I was just going to say, this is Karen Mogus with State Water Board. We have a group that works on using stormwater as a resource, or marketing stormwater as a resource here, that if you get in contact with Nick, I think we can hook you up with that group, as well as what Brian was talking about, others in the area that are that you could connect with. So thanks for the comment.
Thank you, guys.
Can I just add one thing? I do like that idea too. I like the idea of also, just for, I don't have any specific ideas, but just, things around community engagement, community centered monitoring, and things like that. If they're topics that anybody can think of, I'd certainly be interested in some of those as well.
Great. Not seeing anything else online and in the room. So if that is that, we can go ahead and adjourn, and we'll see each other in September. So thanks
Yeah.
all for a great meeting.
Can I just say thanks for all of you who traveled to be here in person. It's really nice to see you all and really nice to have an in-person hybrid meeting. And I agree with Nick, it went really well. So I look forward to seeing y'all again in September.
Yeah, thanks everybody. And the recording will be up on the YouTube page likely tomorrow. And for the council members, keep an eye out for an email from me to get your rankings on those molecular methods projects. I'll work on that now. Thanks everybody.